our council staff. But I am really looking forward to also incorporating opening the whole building and having public be able to come into our council meetings. The goal of today is to really test out a myriad of technical logistics that need to happen on the back end so that we can have a successful hybrid meeting. Over the pandemic, we were able to see how technology can help people that don't have access to coming into the building get that access in other ways. And it's important to us as a city council that we continue to allow that remote accessibility. That's why we're here, but we also know that people want to come in and see our faces, and we all want to be together as well. So that is why we are here doing some test runs and making sure that we have the technology we need. We're hoping that we will be able to open up our council meetings soon to the entire public. We will continue to give everybody information in all of the ways that we provide information through our social media, websites, emails, calls about when we will be having an in-person public meeting. We also want to make sure that everyone knows that we are following CDC guidelines for social distancing and mask wearing in a gathering. We would want to encourage that when we do open up for in-public meetings. So, as many of you know, there is no public comment during a work session. However, please join us remotely. Again, we will just be having virtual public hearings, well, even though the 6 of us are here in person. So please join us remotely the way we have been doing for the past 18 months or so for any public hearing tonight. As always, your feedback is always welcome, and you can share with the City Council anytime by mailing us at P.O. Box 145-476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114. By emailing us at council.comments@slcgov.com, or by calling our 24-hour phone comment line at 801-535-7654. And with that, we will, I think, it's so strange. Sorry, for everybody in the public, we can still see all the WebEx, and it's just very strange to see everybody up there. Anyway, so we will start with agenda item number 1, and that is updates from the administration. Hi, Rachel. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, it's nice to see you all. I wish I was down the hall with you, but it seemed like I should just stay in my office for at least this week. But glad to see you guys in the work session room. Lisa and I and Andrew Johnston and Chief Brown are here today to give you the administrative updates. I am hoping that we have our slides we can pull up. Give it a second. Thank you, Taylor. Oh, this might be the wrong version though. Maybe we can just make it work. It's okay, Taylor. Do you want to just use that, and I'll try to bounce it off my own slides if I have some different information. Okay, so we'll definitely just make this work. I think this should at least be the updated homelessness information and some of the COVID stuff. So I wanted to just quickly start by making sure that you know and the public knows that we're working on updating the website that we have internally, or that we have on the administrative side. That's the slc.gov/city-services-FAQ page. And I'm hoping to be able to share that with you next week. That page will have updated information for the public about how to schedule appointments, to get in the building, to access in-person services. We have a lot of city staff back in the building, meeting with the public by appointment, and are really looking forward to being able to welcome more of the public back in a more regular way. So we're working on fleshing that out and getting updated information really soon. So unfortunately, though, the current metrics are showing that Salt Lake County is back in the moderate transmission level, which means that we have a slightly higher positivity rate. Salt Lake City is still doing pretty good. When you look at the rest of the county, we still don't have any zip codes that are above that 191 per 100,000 people crude rate. Our highest zip code right now is 84104, and it's just slightly above 100. With that said, we're of course worried about the Delta variant, and the conventional health advice is that the COVID-19 vaccine is still the best way to protect yourself against the Delta variant. Vaccinations in the central city area and the west side areas are still lagging behind the east side, which is at about 55 to 64% fully vaccinated. And Taylor, if you could go to the next slide, I think we have the west side vaccination rates for this week up there. So you see it's trending upwards from the last time we met with you. Um, but we still don't have, I would say, incredibly fantastic vaccination rates, given that, of course, our goal is to get 70%. So we've reached out to the county to see how we might be able to amplify their efforts with their community health workers. They're trying to do a lot of work around getting community leaders, faith leaders, and others to really try to meet people where they are, talk about the concerns that they have regarding the vaccine, and really try to figure out, where what are the limiting factors around helping people get vaccinated. I think the next couple slides, sorry, these are the demographic slides, and I have for you that I'll send separately since it didn't make it into this slide deck. Some of the social media outreach that the county is doing. They have some pretty nice updated graphics on vaccine myths that they're promoting on social media, and I've asked their municipal partners to promote. The slides are in English and in Spanish, and just try to dispel some of the most common vaccination myths. So more to come on that, and our Haley Leak with our team is working to see where else we might fit in with the county as they try to get out and get more people vaccinated. Go ahead to the next slide, Taylor. So some recent information from the State Department of Health. If you can see that, I'm not sure if it's working out quite, but this slide basically shows that there that about 26% of unvaccinated people are probably just generally not interested in getting the vaccine right now. Maybe next year, maybe some other time, but not in the very near future. However, nearly half of those are still very likely or somewhat likely to get vaccinated. So that's a positive trend. And even better news is that 62% of unvaccinated Utahns, including about 72% of Salt Lake County residents, are still interested in getting vaccinated. So again, we need to figure out why those people haven't accessed the vaccine yet, if they're still interested in having access to it. These slides are outdated, but we can scroll through the next two quickly, just for me to say that we are no longer doing our city uh, federal our city emergency pandemic leave. And that's because we feel confident that if people want the vaccine, they can get it. And at this point, we're still accommodating employees who have had a family member who has an exposure and who may not have access to the vaccine, or if there are medical or other reasons that an employee can't get vaccinated, we're still working with them to have time off, but not paying employees to take that time off if they have exposure or are getting sick but have access to the vaccine. I think I just lost the workroom, but hopefully everybody is still here. Am I seeing what everybody else is seeing? Oh, there you guys are. Okay. Hello. And I think that that's it for the, oh, I had one other quick update that's not on a slide that you see, and apologies again for that. Just a quick update on the Raise Up SLC distribution. And let me just quickly look at my own figures for that one. So the Raise Up SLC cards, which the council funded with CARES Act funds very generously, our community-based organization partners have distributed over $1.2 million to individuals and families that did not have access to federal stimulus funds. So this came in the form of 500 or $1,000 cards that were distributed to reloadable, basically debit cards that people could use for, rent, utilities, food, et cetera. And our community-based partners have distributed 1,655 total cards with either 500 or $1,000. So just, you might remember that we had originally made the cards available with $500. After the council allocated additional money to those cards, we reached out to each individual who was able to get one of those cards to make sure that they knew that we could reload it with $500. Most of those individuals responded and were, of course, happy to accept an additional $500 for their necessities. Some we haven't been able, our community-based organizations haven't been able to get a hold of, so that's why they all haven't been reloaded. There is still about $220,000 left in the Raise Up SLC account that we're still trying to get out based on the parameters of that funding. So any questions about that or any of the other COVID information?
Council members, any questions? Nope, you can keep going. Thanks, Rachel.
Okay, well, I'm going to hand it over to Andrew, and he will discuss homelessness, and then Chief Brown is ready to talk police department staffing. Thank you.
Thanks. I've got 3 slides. First one is one you've seen before, the homelessness update numbers in the resource centers. For the first full week of July, the Men's Resource Center South Salt Lake has been slightly down. The other 2 are up. Average is about 88%, which is slightly lower than we have the previous year, but still probably up due to the weather, best guess. The vacant beds through all 3 facilities are generally actually reserved for somebody who's there and are doing something else one night when the counts come in. So there's not literally vacant beds, generally speaking. It's a reserve bed that somebody doesn't show up for that night, but that comes up the next night, so they don't lose it completely. The next slide is the Community Commitment Program update. Resource fair at Library Square last Thursday. There's some anecdotal stats from that. 1 domestic violence survivor went to shelter. First one, I believe, from the resource fairs. Salt Lake County Health Department provided 4 additional COVID vaccines. Rough Haven, which is a provider for pet resources, was there. And then the Justice Courts actually heard a West Valley case and 2 district court cases. I believe, I'll say this and somebody can correct me, the Salt Lake City Justice Court does have an agreement with West Valley where they can work closely and collaboratively together, which is very helpful in the unsheltered community. The kayak court will be run again this coming Friday on the northern portion of the river in Rose Park primarily, and then still looking for additional trash service locations. And we're always taking input from council members or for the public to help us with that. And then the third slide is overflow updates. We've talked about the transition from last winter to summertime, and the Airport Inn did close in June, but they are on track with the renovations as of last week when I spoke with them to reopen in September. They're still looking to finalize some of their funding numbers, but they're pretty confident that'll happen, and the renovations are happening going forward. They do anticipate having 134 beds in that facility, and the Vulnerable Populations Hotel we talked about, which had over 100 people before they closed the end of June. All of those folks were placed within indoor facilities of some sort. Many of them needed the in-between kind of level services and medical support. A number were placed into hotel rooms through the 4th Street Clinic with medical support there. And then others also found their way into the resource centers. We prioritized their entrance back into those centers at the closure of that facility. The winter overflow program continues to work. We have 77 beds for women in motels. That should be funded through October when the next winter funding cycle happens. And then the Salt Lake Valley Coalition and Homelessness is meeting at least once a week, multiple times for small groups, to look at acquiring housing options for shelter for this winter. So that is actively happening. We will hopefully have some discussions with you all coming up in the next weeks, months, about what the cost might be if the funding models through state, county, city, private might look like, and then the total numbers we're looking at and how to make that happen. So we'll have more of that information coming forward to you as soon as we can get it. Are there any questions on these issues?
Council members? I don't see any questions, but I do want to say that I want to thank everyone that has been doing the community outreach programs. I've been a part of the homeless court and the kayak court, and the first time we did it, people were incredibly skeptical, but Allison got a phone call from one of our homeless outreach people that said, hey, I just got a question from one of our people that live down by the Jordan River, and they're wondering if we're doing kayak court again and when, because they're ready to have those services. And so it was exciting to know that we're building that trust and that the community, with all of the partners that are going out there and helping, are really trying to build that trust so we can get people the help that they need to move forward. So thanks to all your teams.
Thank you, council members.
Madam Chair, I have a question. Madam Chair, I have a question. There you go. Right now, I know. Andrew, thank you for the for that update. Can you update us on some of the encampments that are in District 4, the one on 7th South and 2nd East, the one by Rio Grande, and the one by 6 West, and South Temple, and then the one by the Sears Block? Do we have any dates on relocation, or what's going on with those, or what the situation is? Thank you.
Yeah, as you're aware, we had the county health department had plans to work on cleaning up those camps last week. There wasn't coordination and time enough to coordinate between the police department, city police department, and the health department. They had to delay that. And they were speaking this morning, Salt Lake City PD and the county health department, about how and when to reschedule those very quickly. They are a high priority for all of us, and we'll have more information hopefully in the next day or two about details and timing.
So I think you mentioned that some of the relocation couldn't happen because we didn't have enough police officers to come over and help the health department, right?
Yeah, the health department requested Salt Lake City PD presence for those specifically. And it's a timing issue sometimes about having enough officers on the right day. And the coordination just couldn't happen quickly enough that week. So the health department apologized on Thursday, the day before, for not being able to happen that day.
So, so my question, I guess, to the rest of the council members is, if we do not have enough police officers to help with some of the relocation, is it worth our time to look at Unified Police or somebody else that could come over and help us? I have, I'm gonna say millions, but hundreds and hundreds of emails from my constituents about how unsafe it feels to be, to see these encampments by their houses, which I've seen there's a lot of trash, which I've seen there's drug deals happening, which I've seen abuse happening, and I don't know what else to tell my constituents because we don't have the resource to go and help. So again, I don't know if this is a petition to you guys or a discussion about how can we help our neighbors? How can we help both the sheltered and unsheltered to keep it clean, to keep it safe for everybody that is living around these encampments? And do we need to, again, call Unified Police or anybody else that could come over with the health department and help them?
If I
I will
can,
turn that over
Councilmember
to-
Olivos. I think it was a matter of coordination. The days that the county the health department could come over and do those relocations. We typically post those for overtime positions so that we don't pull so many officers out of the field. And from the time we were notified to the time we had the ability to post those, we couldn't fill the staff, the slots as needed. So it really is just a better coordination, better communication, and having the staff ready to do that.
Councilmember Valdemoros?
Yeah, go ahead.
All three of those locations are still on that short list to be abated in that first round. And so we are planning on those. And we've also asked for additional support for cleaning around them in the meantime. So we are actively working on that.
Thank you,
The
Andrew.
other piece that would be helpful for the discussion about the health department and Salt Lake City have an interlocal agreement where the health department comes into our jurisdiction to do their services, the cleanup piece for the health side of it. But they request specifically Salt Lake City Police Department support within our jurisdiction. So it would be probably, I'm not an attorney for the city in any way, but it would have to take a larger discussion about the legal pieces of the agreement between city and the county in that case, and any other sort of law enforcement entity. I'm not sure it'd be quicker. That's one of the questions. So.
Thank you, Andrew. I just want to make sure, like, I understand there might be some miscommunication or I don't know, lack of coordination or whatever, but this is not like our first rodeo. Like, we do this consistently, so I would expect that we already have a system in place where we can tell our constituents this is what's happening when they see drug deals or somebody being abused, that the police will come over and help those people in the encampments and the residents right next to it. But we cannot just tell them we're short-staffed, we can't do anything about it, so deal with it. So I just would like to see a little bit more consistency and better coordination. And if we don't have the staff, then let's ask for somebody else's help, because the situation on 7th South, on all the places I already mentioned, is just not sustainable. It's not safe for the homeless folks. It's not safe for the neighbors that live around there. And the constituents are filling up my mailbox with tons and tons of photos, and I mean, they don't have to send me photos because I drive around, so I can see it. There's no news to me, but it's to me, it's unacceptable that I don't have an answer for them. Like, I don't have solutions for them. I don't feel like I can help as much. So please, 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 let's work on a system that people know what to expect, and we can keep the city safe and clean and livable for everybody, both unsheltered and sheltered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Valdemoros. Andrew, did you have more on your piece of the update?
To Councilmember Valdemoros' point, those are valid points. We are working on a prioritization process within the city that would be clarity for both city and county support. That would clarify how and when which camps get prioritized when. I know the Salt Lake City PD is working very hard to fill extra shifts, to get the right resources deployed, and working with the county and us on those things. And ultimately, when I talked about the winter overflow options, that's hopefully sooner than winter. We've got about 300 people out there who literally have no place else to go, and we are trying to keep the safety, the health of them and the community at the first priority, and they are moving around when we do that. So it's a tough situation all around that way. So I hear what you're saying, Councilmember Valdemoros. I understand what you're saying, and we are working on it. I apologize, it's not as quick as any of us wants it to be, but we're making some progress, and hopefully we'll have some more details coming up shortly for you all.
Thank you, Andrew. Rachel, I'll turn the time back over to you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I don't have anything further, and would be happy to hand it over to Chief Brown to talk about police department staffing.
All right. Good afternoon, members of the City Council. As always, I appreciate the opportunity to provide an update on our policing services to the City Council and to our community. Taylor, if you could please go to slide number 2, please. Oh, there we go. On Friday, we welcomed 20 new police officers to our city family. They will be starting their first shifts with their field training officers in about a week. This is a bright group of new officers. Not only did I have the privilege of getting to meet them, but I also got to meet many of their family members. We talked about the excellence that this city demands of its police officers, and I know each of these new officers will meet and exceed those expectations. Okay, if we can we, yeah, right there. We also had several promotions within our department last week. I've already congratulated these individuals privately, but I also wanted to acknowledge their promotions publicly here in the City Council. Each has worked hard and demonstrated their commitment to our city values, and that is why they are earning these promotions. They are role models for our younger officers, and they are leaders within the department. So please join me in congratulating them. Now, if we can come back to the slide deck in just a minute. I also wanted to update the council on our community of our ongoing recruitment efforts. This continues to be a top priority for me and the department's administration. Early estimates show that by August 22nd, we will have a new recruitment class of approximately 20 recruit officers. In addition, we are in the process of hiring lateral officers and bringing back officers who left the city to go to another jurisdiction. This is a big step forward. Restoring our ranks will take time, but I remain committed to the process, and I appreciate the help of the City Council and our community as we continue to restore our policing staffing levels. We have seen modest progress in our recruitment efforts. Now, if we could take the slide deck down for just a minute, or no, go back to the one back. There we go. Our sworn authorized staffing number is 589, which includes every sworn member in our department from me down to the newest recruits who are waiting in to start the next academy. As we can see on the slides, under the total department, 23% of our authorized staffing is not available for calls for service right now. As of July 12th, we are down 64 officers across the department. We recently hired 7 new recruits who will start in our academy in August. Had we not done that, we would have been down 71 officers right now. This is all to say, council members, we are trending in the right direction, and this is real encouraging. Recently, I've talked with several former Salt Lake City police officers who have indicated to me that they plan to come back. Next slide. On June 25th, the Mayor Mendenhall, and City Council announced a 30% increase in pay for the entry-level officers. That is having an important impact on our recruitment efforts, and we believe the budget amendment being considered by council today will also be helpful for our recruitment and retention efforts. In the first 12 days of July, here's where we stand. 8 officers applied for our lateral openings. 53 have applied to become new entry-level officers. If we continue at this rate, and that's the best case scenario, we could see a total of 20 lateral applicants and 136 new entry-level officer applicants by the end of the month, for a total of 156 total applicants. That's not bad for 12 days. But just a reminder, not all the applicants move into the academy for various reasons. We typically lose about 1/3 of the applicants during the hiring process. You can take down the slide deck now, Taylor, if you'd like. I can tell you that in speaking with several former officers, there is a sense of excitement about returning to Salt Lake City. I know these officers care deeply about the Salt Lake City and the Salt Lake City Police Department, and they want to be part of our future. And they deserve a competitive salary, which they now have, thanks to Mayor Mendenhall and the City Council. I'm happy now to take and answer any questions you may have, Council.
Council members?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I thank you, Chief Brown, for that update. I wanted to just clarify some of the numbers. So the sworn, was it 589 are available if this department was full? And currently there's how many available?
Yeah, and maybe Taylor, if you could put up that slide real quick, we could run down that. Our sworn authorized. Now, you need to understand that 20 of those are the unfunded vacancies that the council has given us. And that's typically where we buffer the retention and or the retirements and resignations. So right now, we have 64 vacant unfunded positions. Had we not hired back those 7, we would have had 71. So we're moving in the right direction. And then I have recently spoke to at least 5 individuals that left, and they are giving me the indication that they would love to come back and join our ranks. Hopefully that answered your question.
I think so. And then the 20 officers that you spoke of that joined, they are done with their training and are now moving on to field training. Am I understanding that correct?
No, yes, you're right, Councilmember Romano. They were the class that we hired in, I think, February, and they just completed their academy of, and now they're moving into the FTO program. They'll finish their FTO program in December.
And then the 20 that you mentioned about starting in August, they will start their academy in August.
Yeah, those will be a new hire class.
Thanks for
But
clarifying,
then
Chief.
we're looking at those lateral hires, and those are officers that we can, within a 2 or 3 week period, get them through an academy and then move them into an FTO program to start taking calls on the street. And then the new hires, it's just a matter of processing them back into the department, and they can start working immediately.
Cindy?
Thanks, Chief.
Chief, just I think a minor correction. You might have added 2 things together. You mentioned 61 vacant and unfunded, and I think you probably have there are 20 unfunded, and you have a total of 61 vacancies, right? So only 20 of those are not funded.
Right.
Okay.
Correction.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
you're right. Thank you.
the number of funded vacancies that you have is 41. And then you have the 20, which is sort of the gap that the council has given you for flexibility in case you had extra recruits and you wanted to hire 5 more, knowing that you will lose 5 during the year anyway. Is that right?
Cindy, I may have to go back. We do have 20 unfunded, but we actually have 64 funded vacant positions.
Oh, okay, so okay, very good.
So
Thank you.
84 total.
Okay.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, so 64 total funded vacancies, that's your regular police force. And then
Right.
And then you have an additional 20 spaces that are given to you just for flexibility that aren't part of your regular force, but that's your flexibility. Is that right?
Right, correct.
Okay, so
Yeah, that is correct.
64
Thank you.
funded vacancies. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry,
Thank you
Madam
for the
Chair.
clarification.
Does that mean that if all of the funded positions are full, then it's actually 569 officers, not 589?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
thank you.
Madam Chair. So Chief, the 20 that just finished their initial training, where are they on that graph? Are they part of that 64 funded vacancies, or are they part of the 35 on the bottom of the chart of trained, not available?
They're part of that 35 on the bottom.
Okay, so come the end of this year, that number would be 15 because they'll be going through the field training officer.
Correct. But then we'll add another, we'll take 20, most likely 20 out of that 64 as we hire them. And they'll drop down into that 35. So what we'd like to do is reduce that, the funded vacancies and fill up the other positions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Okay,
Thank you.
I think that's everything, unless Rachel or Lisa had any other updates for that agenda item. Nope, doesn't look like it.
Lisa, you? Okay. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is updates on racial equity and policing. I don't know if we don't have anything to report on that. So we're going to move to agenda item number 3, which is the Goshen Street Alley vacation. And I believe we will have Brian Fulmer from the council office, there he is, joining us. Wayne Mills from planning, Blake Thomas, our director of CAN, and Nick Norris from planning as well. So I will turn the time over to you, Brian. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This request is to vacate remaining alley segment at 740 South Goshen Street. which is about 1050 west, and it goes from Goshen west to about 1075 west to the rear property line, the applicant's property. The alley is approximately 15 feet wide and 138 feet long, rather. And it used to intersect with a north-south alley segment, which was vacated way back in 1962. Now, if the council approves this vacation, the alley property will be deeded to the applicant. And before I turn it over to Wayne for any information he has, I will note the applicant is planning to be with us in the meeting and would appreciate an opportunity to address the council.
Thank you, Brian. I don't know who's next. Anyone? Was that all we had? Are we just waiting for questions from council members?
I don't know if Wayne has anything to add. I believe he's in the meeting with us.
Yeah, I actually don't have anything to add. I think that was a fantastic overview, Brian. I guess the only thing that this was heard quite some time ago, and there was some confusion regarding who the alley would go to. I believe at the time, the property owner to the south of the alley was interested in a portion of that alley. But since the alley was created fully in the subdivision to the north, then that alley would go to the property owner to the north. I believe that property to the south has since been sold. And so that issue of wanting the city to split the alley up is no longer applicable. And hopefully I got that right, Brian.
Yes, I can add a little more to that. Previous property owner to the south of the alley was interested in at least half of the alley property, as Wayne mentioned. And there was some disagreement between the adjacent property owners. The property to the south, as Wayne mentioned, has been sold. The current property owner is fully supportive of the alley closure and the applicant receiving the full width of the alley and incorporating it into their property. So I hope that helps clarify things, and I'm happy to help with any questions the council may have.
Thank you. Councilmember Dugan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brian, this alleyway stops on the western edge of that one boundary. Is there, does the city own any land between that western edge of that and the river to the southwest? Is that someone else's private property? Or is that part of an alley, continuation of the
I believe it is. I am going to pull this up very quickly here. Bear with me. But I don't believe the city owns any property next to the alley to the west of it.
Okay, so it doesn't, that basically is the end of the alley, is that western edge of that property line. It doesn't continue to the stream or the river.
I believe it's just
I can
Yes,
help
that's-
out there a bit.
that is
Yeah,
correct.
it actually. Oh, sorry, Brian. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. Go ahead, Wayne.
Oh, it does end at private property. There is some city-owned property a little bit further to the west, but it doesn't have, that alleyway does not access any of the city property.
Okay, so it's not a continuous city-owned property to the stream.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Council members, any other questions? And Brian, you mentioned that the applicant may be in the meeting. Do we know if the applicant is here, and would the applicant like to say a few words? I don't see anyone on the tiles that I don't know, but Brian, if you're talking, you're muted.
I apologize.
Not a problem.
It may be they tried to connect, but were not able to. I will reach out to them via email and get any statement they have that they would like for the council and include it in the staff report update for you for next week.
That'd be perfect. Thank you, Brian.
Or for, in August, rather. It's on tonight's consent agenda to set the date for public hearing of August 17th.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Brian. All right, everyone, we are moving on to our next agenda item. Number 4, this is our capital improvement program projects follow-up. So we will bring Ben Ledke to the table. It's been so long since we've had this face-to-face presentation. So Ben, it is all yours. I know that we have Dan Ripp and Callie Rees and Blake Thomas all from CAN and HAND with us as well. I believe they're all on WebEx. So I will turn the time over to you, Ben.
Thank you. It is good to hear at the table and see you in person again. This is the second CIP briefing, and you are also scheduled to hold the first of 2 public hearings on CIP tonight. The second public hearing is scheduled for August 17th. A quick reminder of your decisions for CIP as part of the annual budget. The mayor's recommended budget had CIP at 6% of the ongoing general fund revenue. You added funding for 3 items, which raised CIP to 7.2%. Those 3 items included $1.1 million of general fund. These are the most flexible dollars. They can go to any project on the funding log. We just received an update about an hour ago that there's $38,000 of additional general fund dollars available for recapture from completed CIP projects. So if the council is interested in using that $38,000, we can discuss that later, and we would need to put it as a council added item in a budget amendment since it was not included in the annual budget you adopted last month. The second item that was added was $1.8 million in funding our future transit dollars, and this was for the 600 North Corridor Transformation Project. This is also an item in the $58 million proposed bond. The bond is a separate briefing, but we do want to highlight the connection between the bond and projects in CIP this year. I'll also have in the staff report for next briefing a draft concept of the corridor transformation project along with some details so the public and the council can see what that project would look like. The third item that the council added to CIP was $208,000 of Class C funding. This is gas tax funding, so it's limited in its use. It's for streets and transportation. We also received an update today that the $208,000 includes some funding that is still needed. We've asked for an update on why it is still needed, since previously we were told it was from completed projects. So we'll have an exact amount and an explanation why at the next briefing. So this means there might be less funding available for Class C gas tax and a little bit more money available in general fund dollars. So this year, the funding recommendations from the advisory board and from the mayor are almost identical. The one difference is project number 42, the Kensington Byway. The mayor recommended full funding and the advisory board did not recommend funding. So when you look at the funding log in front of you, the blue heading columns are the mayor and the advisory board's recommendations because they're identical, with that one exception for project number 42. And number 42 also has a staff note clarifying that the advisory board did not recommend it. At the June briefing, we heard from you that you wanted all of the policy questions in the staff report to be sent to the administration. We're hoping to have responses to share with you and discuss at the next briefing. So for today, we thought it would be helpful to go through the funding log. I think I see every council member has a copy. Let us know if you need one. Okay. And I wanted to give a quick orientation to the funding log for the public and for the council members. As I said earlier, the blue heading columns are the board and mayor funding recommendations. The green heading columns, these are the upper right, are your funding decisions. Now, we've inputted the mayor's funding recommendations as a starting point, but know that you can change any of those. You'll also notice at the upper right corner the available to spend funding. This is the $1.1 million in general fund that you added, as well as the $208,000 in Class C. But as I mentioned, those two amounts are going to be slightly changed, and I'll update those on the funding log for next week. So we've done it a couple ways in the past. The two that seem to be the most helpful, depending on your interest, is either to go page by page. So you can raise questions if there is a project that you want to better understand, or you're not sure why it's needed, or if it could be phased, or if you want to identify specific projects that are not recommended for funding that you would like to fund, or if you are interested in shifting and partially funding a project that's recommended for full funding by the mayor. The other way we could do it is we could go project by project. It does take more time, but myself and Callie Ruiz can give you a short explanation of each of the projects, whichever you prefer today, page by page or project by project.
Council members? Nobody seems to care. So I would say let's start with page by page. It may turn into project by project as we're starting to look at the pages.
Okay.
And we'll go from there. So I think if we look at page number 1, if there are questions on page number 1, or that you want more of an explanation, then please feel free to jump in. You don't need to ask me, and Jamesy, feel free to jump in at any time because I can barely see you up there. So let's start there because I have a feeling it will turn into project by project, but there might be some things that we just don't need to necessarily worry about. So.
Sounds good. And Taylor, could you please zoom in on the left-hand side of the funding log where it lists the application title and the scope of work as we go through? Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yep.
Can we clarify one thing? Ben, the columns in green above general funds in Class C, the 1.15 and the $208,000, that's what we have available above what is already in the recommended budget. Is that accurate?
You've got
the
it.
numbers may be shifting a little bit based on new information today.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, council members, we are on page number 1. Are there projects on that page that you have questions about, need more information about? Go ahead,
I
Anna.
do, Madam Chair. So the Odyssey House, I know they requested $500,000. $300,000 was recommended, but was there another area in here that is making up for those $200,000? Like, is there a separate request? Basically, I don't know what I'm trying to ask. But I think we talked about something last time.
So two things.
Okay.
The request is for $500,000. Of that, $50,000 is a contingency.
Okay.
The mayor is recommending only $300,000. This would be enough funding to do the foundations and the roof,
Okay.
but it would not be enough to do the additional changes to doors, windows, some secondary items, but it would stabilize the building. The building's about 100 years old, and it does have some serious structural issues. The other thing to point out is the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funding. This might be eligible for ARPA funding.
Okay.
I still need to confirm that with the attorney's office since there was updated guidance from the U.S. Treasury Department since we last spoke about CIP. If it's ARPA eligible and the council wanted to use that funding source, then the $300,000 of general fund that's recommended could be freed up to go to a different project.
Oh, so maybe with the ARPA fund, we can do the entire $500,000.
That could be true.
Okay.
But let me confirm after a lawyer tells me that.
No, that's okay. And that building we own.
That's correct. It is a
That's-
city-owned building.
It's a city-owned building, so it might be worth investing in in this repairs that are needed, and if we can get ARPA funding, even better.
If for some reason Odyssey House decided not to continue using the building, those structural needs would still exist.
Right. Great. Thank you.
Council members, any other projects on page 1? Okey doke, let's move to page 2. Any questions, concerns, comments, clarifications? That was quite the alliteration by council members.
I do want to add, Madam Chair, that you'll notice in the application title column, for example, number 9, the capital asset replacement program, there is a blue italicized note to say that this project overlaps with the proposed $58 million bond, because in this case, the bond it would include funding for 6 different facilities projects. So if there's an overlap, you'll see it in the column with the title.
So I have a question about that. Sorry, Dan, if you want to go ahead. We might be asking the same thing. I don't know. If there's an overlap, we could take this 1.2 million and that project would still be funded by the proposed 19.2 million out of the bond, but then would another project not be getting done from the bond because we took the money from the CIP? Does that make sense?
It does. So there would be less funding for city facilities if you were to take funding from this CIP item. Part of the difficulty, I can already hear Lorna's voice in my head, the central plant boilers that failed, that had to be replaced, the funding last year in CIP for facilities improvements was diverted for the central plant boilers. So what was funded last year has already been delayed, so this could cause us another delay to those projects. If I remember, it was roof replacements to several fire stations and the Sorensen Center that was delayed because of the central plant boiler's failure. But the council also has the option to do a larger bond. So you could recapture this funding and decide to increase the bond funding for facilities. So you have options to change it.
And to clarify, there would be some facilities projects that would not be bond eligible, and CIP is more flexible.
That is correct.
So I'm just going to throw out a hypothetical because my brain works that way sometimes. If we say, oh, look, we have this 1.2 million because there's this bond over here, but then we get to the actual projects and the things that need to be done, there may be things that we're like, gosh, we really wish we had that more flexible 1.2 because the bond can't pay for these things.
That is absolutely possible. So there is a list of specific facilities projects that this funding would go to. So it sounds like it'd be helpful if I can get that list and share it with you.
Perhaps.
Okay.
Maybe not. Maybe we'll just leave it. It won't matter, but I don't know. Okay, that was helpful. Dan, did that?
That cleared up on that, but I have one more question just on the ARPA funding. So when we go by page, could you let us know which projects could be or possible ARPA funded projects?
So it's just the Odyssey House.
Just the Odyssey House?
Yeah, there were a couple other projects. The one other possibility, but it doesn't look likely anymore, is drainage and stormwater as parts of street reconstructions. So the ARPA funding does allow infrastructure improvements for water and sewer. And when you reconstruct a street, part of that includes the curb, the gutter, the drainage, but that's a small part of it. And the last thing I saw is that it may not qualify. So I'm less optimistic on that one, but I still need to circle back with the attorneys to confirm. But right now, Odyssey House is probably the only one.
Any other questions on page 2? Okey doke, page 3. No questions? Page 4. I don't see anything here. James, I keep looking up just to see if you need me. but just holler if you do. Page 5. Page 6.
Just a question, Madam Chair. On number 21, the Allen Park, did we reach out to some foundations for support? Because I remember originally when we were talking about Allen Park, if we were getting some money from some foundations to do some work there. Because it seems like just a good chunk of money here for Allen Park.
I don't know. Do we have Kristen Riker or someone from Parks with us who could speak to it?
Hi, yeah, I'm here. This is Kristen Riker. I know there is a group that is the Friends of the Allen Park group. I don't know where they're at, Councilmember Dugan, with fundraising. I certainly would be happy to inquire with them. I can say that this funding and also the bond funding that's requested will not be enough to do everything that's needed at Allen Park. There's going to be quite a bit of work there with all of the structures. So I'm happy to give you an update as soon as I can get that information. I don't know where they're at this point. We haven't checked in prior to this meeting.
Thank you. Yeah, it'd be nice to see where they are in the funding, because if they think the city's paying for everything, and then they may not feel like they need to press their folks, their people.
So, I guess, real quick, a question I have is that we're looking for CIP funding and the 1.3 million from the proposed bond for Allen Park.
That's correct. They would both be for Allen Park.
So that would be, 1.7 million, almost 1.8 million?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other questions on page 6?
I do have a question on the replacement for the Poplar Grove tennis with new sport court. So Ben, so it's proposed that we fund $433,000 to make this into pickleball courts, but then what does this 3.4 million mayor's proposed bond for West Side Parks mean? Like, is this 433? I mean, this is coming out of the general funds, and then we're adding $3.4 million, or I don't understand where the money's coming from.
So in attachment 4, there is a summary of the different projects within the $58 million proposed bond.
Okay.
There is not a description for this $3.4 million for West Side Parks that I remember. Okay. Let me open it up to double check.
Can I ask real quick while you're doing that, Ben? It may be, since all of us are looking at the paper version of our CIP funding log, maybe we could put attachment 4 up there if there's sort of a list of those bonding projects or things like that. I don't know that we need that particular funding log on the screen unless, I mean, I guess for the public, but the other information may be helpful as well if you can switch over to attachment 4.
Yeah, I'm sure Taylor can toggle between the two.
Thanks, Taylor.
Let me email her the funding log right now, the bond log. And yes, this 3.4 million for West Side Neighborhood Parks, it doesn't have a description. So if Kristen knows, or Rachel or Lisa, but otherwise we can follow up with them and ask for more details.
That would be great. Thank you.
I see Kristen popped up on the screen. I'm trying to keep track of everybody. So Kristen, if you wanted to provide some information on that now, that's fine. Or if you wanted to come back with information at our next briefing, that's fine as well. Up to you.
Well, I guess a couple things just of note. So these CIP applications were submitted prior to the bond. So the Poplar Grove tennis new sports court is definitely a specific need that is out there on the west side, and we've talked about quite a bit. The 3.4 million for bond for West Side Parks is the parks haven't been identified. This really was intended to start working on some of the Reimagine Nature Master Plan transformational goals that are going to be coming out. And this would really be to focus on target specific parks and really just re-energize those parks and reimagine them and make some parks, some of the West Side parks that are really have aging infrastructure, make them really nice and upgrade them. So they're two separate projects in our view. The 3.4 million and the Poplar Grove tennis courts. I can try to get you more information than that if you'd like it, but at this time, that's where we're at.
Kristen, thank you. I think some more information, because it depends. $3.4 million might seem like a good chunk of money, but if you have a bunch of parks in the west side that need help, and if you're trying, you're saying, hey, we need to upgrade them and then for them to look nice, I'm not sure if that's going to be enough, like if it's going to be impactful. So if you can give us more information on what you're trying to do with those $3.4 million and which parks, that would be great.
Yeah, we can absolutely do that. I'll need to talk with the mayor's office specifically, but yeah, you're right. Generally, it's going to cost quite a bit. We're looking at some smaller parks and targeting not all of them, just a few of them.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I had a follow-up to that for Kristen, and that was in regards to the tennis courts. Are we looking at changing any of them to pickleball? I know that pickleball has become even more popular currently than tennis. I look at I don't know what you call it, the 11th Ave Park over there in the avenues, and that every weekend is just packed with the pickleball courts that have been put in.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. You know, when we wrote this application, we didn't have time to do a community survey, and generally we don't change the use of an amenity without doing some public engagement. And so we decided to wait to see if the funding would be approved. And that's why we worded it the way we did, resurface the sport court, because it could be either one, it could be a combination. So before we start construction, we would, if this is funded, we would certainly go out to the community and say, hey, what do you guys want? And what should this look like? Because we want it to be activated and used by the community. So it's important to us to make sure it's exactly what they want it to be.
So with that going out to the community and then actual construction of the resurfacing, what's that time frame? I mean, is that something that could be postponed till next year, or what are you looking at?
Well, we would probably go out to the community immediately and start asking those questions and then start the construction process. I can't give you a time frame on the construction process. That would be more of a engineering question for how quickly that can get done.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
James, did you have another question there?
I don't know. I feel like we should know that timeline. I think we should know what it takes in timeline for, to know what it is to resurface a court. And, we've done a lot of outreach. I think we should know, we're looking at 60 days on an outreach, and we're looking at after that, a 9-month, turnaround time to do that. I feel that was extremely vague. So I'm not trying to pick on anyone. I just think that there could have been a better answer with that.
Member Mono?
Yeah, thank you. To follow up on James's question, Kristen, when you say engineering, is it actually our city engineering department that would resurface that? That's not an outside contractor for city park play surfaces?
Right. It's an outside contractor. Engineering manages all of our contracts and projects. Public Lands is really the owner representative in these projects. And construction's been really difficult lately. And so it's, I guess I would defer to the experts in engineering, the project managers there, for a specific timeline, how quickly. I mean, if all the stars were aligned, I think it could probably be done in 12 months pretty easily, maybe less. It's a matter of getting the contractors lined up and the materials and that kind of thing.
Council members? I did want to go back really quick to Allen Park, and I think that if we could get more information of what that $1.8 million would be going to, that'd be helpful for me.
You got it.
I forgot what page we were on, Ben. We're on 6. All right.
Yep, moving to 7.
Okey doke. Council members, any questions on page number 7? Okay. How about page number 8?
I just have a question on number 26. Since FY17, we've spent $2.4 million on CIP improvements for the RAC. And those are fields that we rent out to all sorts of different sports. And the recommendation here is for $180,000 for a playground on a place that has fields that kids play on, and parents are going to be watching them. So I'm not sure really the need or desire for a playground for a place that already has all the fields. And so I just look at the funding and go, and that seems to be quite a lot. And plus the 3.4 million on the bond, maybe that's goes back to the question about what's CIP, what's bondable. But that seems to be a lot of money for a place that we've already put in quite a bit that we rent out the fields to teams to play on.
If I may.
Madam Chair.
Yes, please, Kristen.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so the Regional Athletic Complex Phase 1 was never completed. There wasn't enough funding to complete all of the structures in Phase 1. And so we've slowly been chipping away at it over the years. This playground, the reason it's important is because generally families come to watch soccer games at the complex, and only one of their children is participating in a game. And oftentimes they have small children, and usually most of our parks will have a playground along with a soccer field, and the kids can go play in the playground, and the other children are playing in a game. And so the Regional Athletic Complex really is missing this playground component out there for kids that age, just really to supply them with something to do while they're out there, sometimes for several hours, because the complex hosts lots of tournaments, and kids can be out there for 2 or 3 or 4 hours, and sometimes the little ones get pretty bored. So that's why we've asked for this.
And Kristen's being extremely shy about this, Madam Chair. The Regional Athletic Complex was delayed 10 years too, and that funding stayed kind of idle the same during that entire decade of going through litigation. So that's why Phase 1 was not complete.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Dennis, yeah.
Real quick, basically just want to echo what Kristen said. In my experience with my child, definitely being out there during a tournament, all the friends and siblings need something else to do as well. But and even the players, while they're not playing, if for example they play a game, take a break and play the next game. So there's plenty of kids to access that space if it were built.
Madam Chair, I wanted to follow up with that. So I think it's a good idea. I'm not sure how much we can be done with $180,000 if you need $450,000. Kristen?
Well, I think that they've already requested 450 from Parks impact fees, and then this would be 180 additional on top of that 450.
Oh, okay, never mind.
So then we're looking at,
Is that true?
is that right?
Now, Madam Chair, I think it appears that this is only funding for the design and engineering and contingency funding for the project. We requested 450,000 from park impact fees, which the 180 is coming out of. So it appears that they're just funding the design portion, and then we would have to come back next year and request the remainder for the materials and construction. And I just might add that generally we put these together because sometimes councils change and we request funding for design, and then the next year come back for the construction and it's not funded, and then we have a project designed that doesn't get built. So that's why we usually put these together. They can be separated. I just thought it would be good to make council aware that this would certainly be if it's funded, we would come back the following year for the remainder of the funds.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification.
I'd also add, Madam Chair, the design is 150, but there's an additional 30,000 that's being recommended. And so if that is not needed for the design, and if the council is only interested in funding the design, that might be $30,000 that could be moved elsewhere. Unless Callie knows why the additional 30,000 is included off the top of her head, I'll follow up with her afterward to look into that.
Madam Chair, I can answer to the fact that it's down the line of the scoring, and I believe that's what the remainder of the impact fees that were left as they've gone down through the scoring sheet through Parks requests of the impact fees. And so it was just the additional 180 that was left. It would have funded the design, and therefore I didn't think they saw somewhere else that they thought it would be of interest to put the 30,000 out of impact fees or something that would qualify.
Got it. Thanks for that clarification, Kelly. Are there any other questions on this, on page 8? Okay, page 9. Page 10. I have some thought, and I would rather have this, rather get a little bit more information on this to bring back, but I'm curious in the local link construction and what that would be going for, because I know we will have a lot of questions from my constituents about what that actually looks like and where that would be, how that money would be being spent. So if we can just have a little bit follow-up information. I see like the recommendations include, you know, the walking and biking connections. I think I'm just sort of curious about really what that looks like, what the tangible outcome of that would look like. And I know that we just redid Highland, not 13th. So if I could just get a little bit more kind of in-depth information on that so that I can answer people's questions when they come to me, that'd be great.
Can do. I know the Local Link study has progressed pretty far, and this funding is the general request for flexibility to implement some of those recommendations, but I think the draft study would have some of the specifics you're looking for.
Great, thank you. Seeing nothing else, page 11. Page 12. Also, council members, obviously, feel free to jump in if I go too fast. Page 13.
Councilmember Mono, do you want to say something about the Kensington Byway? And just because that was one of the ones that was not recommended by the board, but the mayor's recommending funding for. Can you tell us a little bit more about it?
Yeah, Thanks for asking, Chris. This project will connect east-west, which we know east-west connections are few and far between in our city, safe ones for bikes and pedestrians. And so this one will connect across State Street between the ballpark and Liberty Wells. Eventually, the Kensington Byway is slated to go all the way up to, I believe, Foothill and connect with the Bonneville Shoreline Trail. So that's in the bike and ped master plan. And this is also a project that the community's been asking for multiple years, and one that was really high priority last year. So it's really important to me that this stays in. I think that this is, I think the mayor wisely understood how important this was to the community and how impactful it would be. And so I think those are some of the main reasons. I mean, I could go into more detail about what a neighborhood byway is, but I think you all know that, so.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Quick question, and I don't know if there's a appropriate answer here, but with the Kensington Byway and the number 33's corridor transformations, how do those compare and contrast? Is the corridor transformation similar to byways, but for the rest of the city as well?
There is definitely some similarities between the two. I don't know if all of the scope of work for Kensington Byway would fit within the corridor transformation funding, though. I'm going to have to follow up with transportation on what parts of it could overlap. And I suspect the corridor transformation funding, they've already got projects in mind for it. So let me come back with that context.
Thank you.
Do we know how long this, sorry to interrupt, how long has this, how many times has this been submitted?
The Kensington Byway. This is the first year that I remember seeing it on the funding log.
Oh.
This might be one of the constituent applications that was submitted and had to wait an additional year because of the abbreviated CIP process last year.
Okay.
That's correct, Ben.
If I could, though, clarify, we do have projects throughout where people have applied year after year after year, or departments have applied year after year after year. And there are some cases where it falls off the application process and just goes into the backlog of city needs. So we've had a few people ask lately about, well, isn't it's like this is my first or my second or my third time applying, isn't it my turn yet? And when you have a pool that big of backlog needs, not everyone gets a turn. That's the unfortunate thing.
Thank you, Cindy. Dan?
And Madam Chair, or Ben, on these are, a lot of these are street calming initiatives. And how do these blend into with our street calming push? Because we have a couple different street calmings, and are they all blended in together, and these are separate individual street calming projects?
So a neighborhood byway would include elements of traffic calming interventions. So it could have like a pedestrian bulb out or a raised crosswalk or a speed bump, things like that. But the pedestrian byway is meant to be more than just the traffic calming. So it would include things like the bike lanes that would not be part of a traffic calming specific project. So it's a yes and situation.
Okay, so they're all these street calmings are all basically, they have specific areas that they're going for, not general. I just want to make sure that we weren't double dipping and having projects being budgeted for in two separate lines.
So we don't have a transmittal, but the administration has been working on a traffic calming proposal, which I understand is supposed to come to the council later this year. And that would be potentially a standing item in CIP, like a street reconstruction is an item that is in CIP every year. It could have separate dedicated funding. This is a discussion for another time, but you're absolutely right. General funding for traffic calming is not something that is currently funded. Instead, we have location-specific traffic calming, and I guess the in-between would be corridor transformation, where it's adding some of those traffic calming elements to existing projects.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, council members, we are on page number 14. I want to point out that we have now hit this section of the CIP funding log where nothing is funded. So just an FYI, we've crossed that line.
Blank.
So, no, page 14, anything, anyone? Page. Okay. This is not the end of the, this is not our only brief, right? So this may be sort of the beginning of the unfunded discussion, which is always a fun discussion to have, where we kind of overview a little bit, but at least we know where we're at on what has been proposed as funding and got through that chunk so people can start thinking if they want to move money around. So when we come back to the next briefing, Ben, what I think we should do is start at that unfunded, whatever page we're on, and go into depth there,
Okay.
just as an FYI. Page 15.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Numbers 51 and 52, I believe those are for the fire department's training facility, is that correct?
I think so.
And I know that they had multiple requests, and was it 4 total requests and the mayor's recommended funding for 2? And these are the 2 remaining? Can I kind of just get like an accounting of how many things the fire department needs?
Yeah.
And which ones we're actually funding?
Absolutely.
Thanks. I think it's 4 total and 2, and these are the other 2, but
I feel like that's what I sort of remember
someone
as
could
well.
confirm.
You're
that.
correct. It is 4 in total, and 2 of them are being recommended.
And these are the 2 that are not. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, can I add for context that the fire department did give us a priority list, and the 2 recommended funding were their top 2 priorities that they wanted to have funded if they weren't able to get 3 or 4 funded.
Excellent. Thank you for that clarification, Callie. Appreciate it. All right. Any other questions on page 15? Page 16?
I have a question on page 16 on the Liberty Park and Wasatch Hills tennis courts. So this one says constituent public lands project. So we own those courts then at Liberty Park? And I didn't know that. I thought it was a private enterprise that we rented space to.
It's leased to them.
Oh, it's leased.
But it is.
But we
through a
own it.
contract,
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification.
Can I ask another clarification on that? Are those both leased to the same organization? Is that why they're rolled up into one request?
There's 3 requests, 54, 55, and 56. They're all the same organization, 2 different locations. One's at Liberty
Okay.
Park, one's at on Bonneville. On Wasatch, excuse me.
And then that Wasatch one we own too, and we're leasing it out.
And that's also part of the county has some of the funding there on the Wasatch tennis courts and the bubble because they funded the clubhouse.
The residents and advocates applied for the county funding, and they were successful. So the city collaborated with the county to make those improvements on the city property.
Okay. Any other questions on page 16?
I'll just mention that number 57 is one that I've heard a lot of interest in from Wasatch Community Gardens and other members of District 5. So I just want to put that out there that I've heard a lot about that one already.
Okay.
And I'll just, on the 54, 55, and 56, that is the order of their priority. It's the same organization. The top priority for them would be the tennis courts on 54, and then the other 2 after that. But the top priority is 54.
Okay.
That's a good clarification. I'll add that to the funding log for the next meeting.
All right. Page 17. Page 18.
Oh, I'm sorry. On James, could you explain on 59, where's that Wingate walkway? Do you know, is that near on the park?
This is all part of that problem that we've been having over at the Rosewood, not Rosewood, but the,
We can't hear you, Jamesy.
oh, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
So this is the walkway that is north of the Redwood Meadows Park problem that I've been having since it was built. Wingate Townhomes. There was supposed to be a walkway that was never done. That was supposed to be part of the whole the master plan that they did in regards to the parks that we did 7 years ago, 6 years ago. So that's what this is, and this is what part of the problem is that this walkway is never put in. So the fencing with the people around there, in order to cut through, they just keep on breaking that fence in order to get through there. So it's a problem and has been, and this is part of, you know, us not finishing projects that we start, specifically when we invest close to $300,000 for a park.
Okay, just I'm going to ask another question. So this is the park that runs north-south. It's kind of a long, thin park. Am I
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That puts I know where my brain is now.
The approximate intersection is Redwood Road and 500 North.
Yeah, okay. Just want to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Page 18.
Can I ask a general question?
Sure.
Is there any rhyme or reason to the order that these are placed in?
For the most part, the order is the first half are projects that are recommended for funding, and the second half is not.
Understand that.
The only other is a couple of them are grouped together, like trying to put the tennis ones together and trying to put the fire ones together, but that's the
Otherwise,
only
it's
structure.
random. It's not based on the scoring of the
No.
whatever. Okay.
No,
Thanks.
there is a separate attachment if you want to see the board's combined scoring for all the projects.
Thank you.
On 62 and 63, just as an update, since we passed our cemetery master plan, the Friends of the Salt Lake City Cemetery Group has been working on trying to do some fundraising and working with the administration to see if we can get some private money on those two projects. And then also the mayor and I sent a letter to the State Legislative Executive Appropriations Committee asking to see if either of those projects would qualify for some of the federal dollars that the state is getting. So we're working on that with a constituent group as well, but these are also part of the cemetery master plan needs.
Great. Thank you, Chris. Page 19.
I have a question on number 65, Richmond Park Playground. Ben, do you know how old this request is? This a recurring request that we've had, similar to the others, or is this brand new?
I think it's new. I remember there was a CIP request for Richmond Park recently. That might have been a community garden.
Oh, okay.
So I think this is the same park, but a separate request.
Or a separate request.
I think so.
Which park is Richmond Park?
It's here on 6th South and 4th East. It's a tiny pocket park.
Okay.
It has a little pavilion. It looks older. Yeah. You cannot really see it unless you're looking for it, I think.
The playground often gets missed because it's in the back of the
back,
park.
yeah.
So you've got just an open retention pond area in the front.
Okay. I am actually really interested in number 66, by the way. But I'll figure that out. Okay, page 20.
So council members, I have talked a lot about number 68, the Capitol Hill traffic calming, and just would really like to encourage you to learn more about it. I'm happy to give whatever information and answer any questions you have, but this is is a regionally significant traffic project. There has been a lot of, it's really severely impacting the quality of life of the residents in the area. There also was a fatal autoped accident. And so, I mean, this is the north west gateway to the city. And I know that every neighborhood has traffic issues and traffic calming issues. This one is particularly dangerous because of the Davis County Expressway coming into the city, and people trying to get downtown and to cut through the neighborhood. So I really hope you'll give this strong consideration. I would also note that this part of this was recommended, or was we weren't able to consider in previous year, last year, because of the
abbreviated CIP.
The abbreviated CIP project process. So this one has been waiting, but the amount of constituent research and time that's gone into this to really scrutinize it and make sure that each one of these improvements will have a measurable impact is really important. So that's a very high priority for me.
Thank you,
Madam
Chris.
Chair.
Yes, James.
I'd like to speak on this as well. This has been on the works for a long time now. I think it was even looked at before during the RDA with the streetscape improvements that they've done on 300 West. The only concern I have is that I know that it's gone out to the community. I know that the community's been highly involved, but I do not like how it's gone about as of recently. And it's a certain group of individuals that have put signs up attacking council members and the mayor in regards to this. I just don't want to make it clear that I am fully in support of this, but it's not because of what they're done or what they're doing. It's because of what, Councilmember Wharton has done and, what staff has done in looking at making these improvements to the city. I take real concern when we start looking at investing on capital improvement projects that haven't been gone through the community. I'm not saying this one has. I know this one has 100% been through the community, just like the 600 North improvements. But my concern is I don't want this to be the norm where we jump on projects just because of issues with people attacking council members. And Chris has got a real big spine and strong shoulders, and he's taken the brunt. But I feel for him because he has fought for this tooth and nail to get this one put through. Last year we had a little hiccup with the CIP. It has been resolved thanks to the council member and the administration. But I really take concern for Chris and the heat that he's done on this when he's done nothing but try to make sure that this has gone through.
Thank you, James.
Thank you, James. Appreciate it.
Okay, page 22.
Did we skip 21?
Did I skip 21? Page 21.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to make a general comment about traffic calming. First of all, I second everything that James just said. I'm also supportive of what Chris is asking for, but not because of those signs. If anything, those signs make me want to not fund it in retaliation. But obviously, we're not going to do that. We're going to make the right choice. But it's a project that needs to be done. It's not because of that of people being attacked. I think generally on traffic calming. Number 70 is also a traffic calming question. I think that back to the conversation we had before, I'm interested in hopefully within the next year finding a way that there's an actual specific program for traffic calming projects, because I think that's going to be a priority throughout the city, and I'd like us to have an amount of our CIP budget earmarked every year for that to make sure that we're getting through those projects. And exactly how that works. I'm not suggesting any changes in this, obviously, but I think for the next year's budget, I would really like us to have a formalized program for the way that we choose traffic calming projects, and I think we need to be doing this every year because it is important, and we need to make our streets livable and safe, not just convenient for cars.
Great, thank you. And it kind of 70, 71, 72, 74 are all sort of in that same traffic calming vein. And so I think that is sort of an overarching theme that we've been talking about for quite some time with trying to get a traffic calming master plan put in place or some sort of prioritization there. And so I think that, you know, we're running a little bit behind, and we have Jen Covino from Washington, D.C. ready to present for us. So what I think I'd like to do is just sort of we kind of know what everyone's thinking. We've gotten through all of the pages pretty much. So I'll cut the conversation here, knowing we're going to come back to it. We're also going to have 2 public hearings on these matters. But then at our next meeting, I want to just start at those pages of unfunded, because I imagine that's where the conversation will start to get interesting. Okay? And with that, we will turn to one of my favorite people, and I wish she was here in Utah with us. Hi, Jen.
Hi, Jen.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's so great to see you all virtually. I wish I was there in person, but hopefully I'll be able to make my way west in the months ahead with the NLC meeting coming up. It's great to see all of you, and obviously there have been a ton of developments here in Washington, D.C., some of which may be useful in helping you all perhaps address some of the unfunded projects that you were all just alluding to. So I'm glad I got to have a preview of the capital improvement program for the year ahead.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you real quick. I know who you are and realize that, but then Cindy reminded me that anyone watching in the public may not know who you are. So if you will start out with just telling, Jen works as our federal lobbyist, and she works in DC, but if you could just give us a background of what you do for Salt Lake City, and then we can jump into the presentation.
Sure thing, absolutely. So I'm Jen Covino. I'm the president and owner of Simon & Company, and our firm has represented Salt Lake City for decades now, and is our absolute honor to be able to work on behalf of the mayor and the council, representing the federal interests of the city here in the nation's capital, working in partnership with the congressional delegation, as well as the current Biden-Harris administration. So looking forward to bringing you all up to date on federal developments here in Washington, D.C. With that, is it okay for me to hop right into the presentation? Excellent. So tonight there have been a series of developments since we were last in touch, and so I want to brief you on 4 different items that I feel will be of interest with regard to federal funding opportunities of interest to the city. First is the ongoing implementation of federal relief in response to the coronavirus pandemic. The second item I'd like to go through tonight would be the restoration of the earmark process in our fiscal year 2022 budget and appropriations process, as well as separately through our surface transportation reauthorization. The third item that I think will be of interest to you all tonight is the administration's broader infrastructure package and the agenda moving forward during the 117th Congress. And finally, we'll round out our discussion tonight with an overview of current grant solicitations as we conclude our fiscal year 2021 here, looking ahead to October 1st, which is the start of the new federal fiscal year, which will be 2022. So really quickly, just to review the developments of the past year, as you know, the CARES Act was passed originally in March 2020 as the first major piece of legislation responding to the public health crisis. And although the city, as a jurisdiction beneath 500,000, which was the cutoff to receive direct relief through the coronavirus relief fund that was established, the city received allocations through various programs administered by the federal agencies. And so I'm bringing up the CARES Act here now to encourage the city to think about, if it can or has yet to do so, ensuring that you are allocating funds wherever appropriate and moving along on that front, because there's been some discussion about repurposing those state and local dollars to help finance the infrastructure package, but I will get more into that a little bit later in the discussion here. You may know that the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development provided more than $7.1 million to Salt Lake City through a variety of programs, including the Community Development Block Grant for disaster relief, the Emergency Solutions Grant, which is intended to address homelessness, as well as the HOPWA program. Our partners over at the Federal Aviation Administration provided $82.4 million to Salt Lake City International Airport last year to help the airport get through the crisis. And then our partners at the Federal Transit Administration provided more than $112 million to Salt Lake City and the greater area. To your partners at UTA, and others who are involved in transit operations to keep their service ongoing throughout the pandemic. Now, looking ahead to where we arrived in the early spring of 2021, you are likely familiar, I've already heard it discussed, but the American Rescue Plan Act finally delivered more meaningful relief to Salt Lake City as a local government entity representing less than 500,000 people. And so earlier this year, we were heartened to see that Salt Lake City would receive $85.4 million worth of direct relief through the coronavirus local fiscal recovery fund. That is in addition to a series of other investments from ARPA. And I will also focus on programs including the ERAP program, which is the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. The city received $4.8 million. Federal Transit Administration provided another $108 million to your partners overseeing transit operations. Salt Lake City received an additional allocation for the airport of $91.6 million. And we saw plus-ups from HUD, $3.5 million from the home program, and an additional 99 vouchers going to the Housing Authority of Salt Lake City. So that was some substantial relief. I know that folks are eager to get to work with the implementation there. And I just want to quickly review some of the eligible uses for the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund. So your major allocation, as you know, the administration has delivered $350 billion to state, local, territorial, and tribal governments to help you all with your response to the COVID emergency and economic impacts resulting from the pandemic. And so there's 4 broad uses of funds, and those are to support COVID-19 response efforts, to decrease the spread of the virus, to replace your lost public sector revenues in order to maintain and strengthen your vital public services, to support economic stabilization for households and businesses in your community, and to also address systemic public health and economic challenges that contributed to an unequal impact of the pandemic on certain populations in the community. And so in May, the U.S. Department of Treasury issued its interim final rule, providing guidance on how cities such as Salt Lake City can utilize those funds. They also distributed the first tranche of funding with 50% of your allocation being delivered in May 2021. The balance of your funding will be delivered 12 months later. There was a time in which there was an ongoing discussion of Senate Republicans hoping to claw back or repurpose some of these funds from not only localities, but more focused on states that have reported better than anticipated revenue earnings over the past year. But I'm heartened to report to you all that at this moment in time, we've secured a commitment from the White House that they are against repurposing any ARPA funding specifically for financing an infrastructure package. However, the door remains open to repurposing any unspent 2020 COVID relief dollars. So that's just something for your awareness as we move forward here. With the eligible uses of funding, there's a few broad buckets, but of course you can support public health expenditures, you can address negative economic impacts caused by the public health emergency, you can replace your lost public sector revenue, which I think is perhaps the most important, and use that funding with greater flexibility to the extent that you experience that revenue loss due to the pandemic for any general purposes you might be financing otherwise. The funds can also be used to provide premium pay for essential workers within the public sector, as well as within some private sector workforce needs. Finally, you can also use this funding to invest in your water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. It's pretty limited, and that is intentional because the Biden-Harris administration has always hoped that they would be able to move forward with elements of their Build Back Better agenda for additional infrastructure investment beyond water, sewer, and broadband. So within those categories, I would just like to note that we had this initial interim final rule that was published in May. However, the administration, I think, has gone above and beyond trying to afford localities with as much flexibility as possible through the issuance of frequently asked questions. We've had a series of them. There was one point in late June where we were getting updates nearly on a daily basis. And so some of the key highlights of those guidelines that have been subsequently released. I think that there is a sincere effort on the part of the administration to address some of the social determinants of health that predate the pandemic. And so we have seen the administration try to broaden eligibility as much as possible with regard to serving the hardest hit communities and families. So the administration has given localities the go-ahead to support eligible services that will address health disparities and the social determinants of health. So that may be funding for community health workers, public benefits navigators, remediation of items like lead hazards in public housing. And also we're seeing a major emphasis on community violence intervention programs. That is becoming a hallmark of the Biden-Harris administration. We've also seen that they are trying to be as flexible as possible with regard to investments in housing and neighborhoods. So services to address individuals experiencing homelessness, development of affordable housing units, the provision of housing vouchers, residential counseling, and housing navigation assistance. That is all an eligible use of funds. We are also seeing, directing funds at addressing educational disparities through new or expanded early learning services, providing additional resources to any high poverty districts or students, in offering educational services or tutoring or after school programs that address social, emotional, and mental health needs. So that may not have been as obvious within the law, but they've explained that that's eligible thereafter the fact. Finally, promoting healthy childhood environments through access to early childhood educational programming. That has been determined to be an eligible investment with your ARPA dollars. So just want to make sure that everyone's aware of that. Now, governments may use those funds to support any of these additional services if they're provided within a qualified census tract, which is a low-income area designated by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, to families living within those qualified census tracts, to a tribal government, or to any other population, household, or geographic area that has been determined to be disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. And so those are some of the guardrails that are in place at this moment in time. I will say the deadline to submit a public comment to the U.S. Department of Treasury is this Friday, July 16th. And so with that, I do want to ask, just sort of because we have such broad themes here, perhaps if anyone has any questions specific to the local fiscal recovery fund before I move on to other ARPA dollars that are available to you all.
Council members, do you have any questions for Jen?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Jen, thank you so much for that update. One of the things that I'm interested in learning, can you hear me? And learning is about mental health funding for those experiencing homelessness. I think Salt Lake City, we're close to asking, if we haven't yet, asking our partners at the University of Utah, the Kim Gardner Policy Institute, to let us know what the correlation is between homelessness and mental health issues, because that's what we keep hearing and we keep seeing in our streets here in Salt Lake City, things that we as a city cannot necessarily address strongly. We can address housing, we can address some of the shelters, but we cannot really address beyond that. Like, and mental health issues seems to be what's really out there, what people are really suffering, and we don't have a solution for them. Is this a conversation that is happening in DC right now about how to help those that cannot make decisions for themselves, that are self-medicating maybe with illegal substances, and then and then making things worse? All of that stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, so the good news is, at least with the ARPA allocation, the city does have resources already in hand to address some of these needs. So behavioral health care needs that have been exacerbated by the pandemic are all eligible under the uses of the ARPA relief. And so you can use the funding for mental health treatment, substance misuse treatment, any behavioral health services, hotlines or warm lines, crisis intervention, and then services or outreach to promote access to health and social services. That is all completely eligible with your coronavirus local fiscal recovery funding from ARPA. Now, I will say there are resources in ARPA that are in addition to your direct ARPA allocation. And so there may be opportunities to partner with the state, with the county, or to seek out other pre-existing federal grant dollars that exist for some of these needs. I will actually come back to this during the earmark process as well. So just to let you know, you have full authority to go ahead and use your ARPA funding for those needs. I know that a lot of other localities are focused on mental health under their public health buckets, and they're trying to direct investments that may be more long lasting. Also, if you're interested in doing studies with academic partners, there's a host of federal grant opportunities available through the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to address some of those needs. So I look forward to following up with you, perhaps with a list of those funding opportunities that might be of interest in the year ahead.
Thank you. That's great news. Thanks, Jen.
Okay,
Does that-
you can, yeah, I think you can keep going.
Excellent. All right. So moving down the list, and this, ARPA is a major piece of legislation. I think most cities right now are focused on implementing their fair share of the $350 billion that went out to states and localities. However, I do want you all to just be aware that there are plenty of other resources from this legislation. Of course, you all have received your programmatic plus ups from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. But I would like to call your attention to a few different line items in there that are going to state government, just in case the city has any interest in working with the state of Utah. There is a nearly $10 billion homeowner assistance fund to help homeowners avoiding foreclosure. And so, of course, that's a little bit of a gap. The emergency rental assistance program was geared towards renters. The states are sharing this $10 billion allocation that is supposed to be distributed down from Treasury within 40 days of enactment of the law. And so those funds have now gone down to partners in state government. In addition to that, there's a $4.5 billion home energy assistance program going through the LIHEAP program down to the state level. And so it may be worth having a conversation around utility assistance with your partners in state government. And finally, another $500 million worth of grants to states there to address needs related to either drinking water or wastewater expenses for low-income individuals and consumers who have been financially impacted by the pandemic. So the $500 million is certainly a smaller amount there, but it may be worth having conversations with your state partners around some of this. I also want to draw your attention to the fact that there's a $7 billion emergency connectivity fund that was established by the Federal Communications Commission for schools and libraries to provide laptops, internet service, and hotspots to teachers and students for remote learning. Again, this may be better conversation for your partners within local education agencies, but wanted to make you aware of that funding that is out there. Of course, your partners within school districts received an additional $122 billion through the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund. So I'm hearing a lot of localities who are now working with their partners in schools to ensure that they're either not duplicating efforts or they're leveraging their resources from the federal government jointly. Moving on to small business assistance. So some important updates here. I will have you know that the $28 billion grant program that was established for restaurants and bars has now been closed. Those funds have been fully expended. Additionally, there was an expansion of the Paycheck Protection Program with $7 billion. PPP is now closed as well. The small business opportunities that remain open are the $15 billion that was allocated for the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Grant Program through the Small Business Administration. That is still currently open. The $1.25 billion program that was established for shuttered venue operators, that grant program is also open as well, although we know there's been a lot of demand, so we're not sure how much longer that will remain open. And finally, there's a $175 million grant opportunity for the Community Navigator Pilot Program, which the city could apply to help establish programs that would be targeted to help small businesses in underserved or underbanked communities to access any COVID federal relief that's available to them. but that opportunity will be closing next week as well. And so as you're seeing, we're moving from the initial implementation to administration, and in some instances, a closing of the federal resources that have been made available to not only the city, but to businesses and individuals in the community. So with that, glad to take any questions you have regarding coronavirus relief legislation. I will say, you know, we had an additional 1 month of extension on the federal eviction moratorium. I do not anticipate there being any further extension of that at the federal level. So I think the Biden-Harris administration is encouraging its partners to get as many resources into the community as possible, either through your coronavirus local fiscal recovery fund or through your ERAP program dollars that you have on hand to ensure that those at risk of homelessness or eviction do not realize that if and when the moratorium expires later this summer. So with that, glad to take any questions you all have on the coronavirus relief legislation.
Council members? I don't see anything, Jen, so.
And let me all, before we move on to the next item, I just want to thank you all for your tremendous leadership throughout this crisis on the ground. It's only because of folks like you who have been adamant with public health directives and mitigating the spread that I think the nation is hopefully turning a corner here. So just thank you for your leadership. We appreciate it here in Washington, D.C. And it's been an honor to be able to work with you all throughout this crisis. Moving on, now that we do have some bandwidth to focus on other items, I think many folks in local government are excited about the prospect of the return of earmarks. And so I do want to run through these various opportunities for the city, not only now, but as we move forward, hopefully in the future. And so as you may know, we had a 10-year earmark moratorium from 2010 onwards. And so this is the first time that lawmakers in both chambers have agreed to restore that process. And so I want to let you all know this might get a little confusing with technical terms as we go forward here. The important thing for you all to understand are there are two separate processes now in place for public entities, including local governments, as well as nonprofit entities, to go ahead and apply for federal assistance known as congressionally directed spending or earmarks through either the first process is the fiscal year 2022 budget and appropriations process. So the budget and appropriations process is the legislative process by which we pass spending bills for each federal agency. So over there, the earmarks are going to be known as community project funding requests. And cities may apply for funding across any federal eligible account across 10 of the 12 different spending bills. So this is sort of the process in which the city could apply for funding in support of law enforcement activities, working with the COPS office in the U.S. Department of Justice. There are energy and water projects that are available. There are public lands projects, some of which require the cooperation of relevant federal lands agencies, if that's an issue, which it may be out there in Utah. There's funding available from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development through the Economic Development Initiative, so funding for community facilities, projects to address homelessness, et cetera. That we're seeing sort of the full portfolio of local needs may be eligible or well suited for one of the eligible accounts that are open under the community project funding request. Separately, the second path to seek out congressionally directed spending is through the surface transportation reauthorization process. So that's where we're seeing a focus more on your traditional transportation and infrastructure projects that would normally be eligible for funding through accounts at the U.S. Department of Transportation. Largely, these are going to be highway, road, bridge, transit, safety projects, and airport projects. And so that's sort of the separate track for these earmark requests. So just wanted to present that up front because we have seen an agreement be made between the House and the Senate that there will be earmarks in both appropriations processes. The Senate, however, has yet to accept the idea of the member designated projects being included in their surface transportation bill. We don't have clarity on that yet. I will also note that in both cases here, the full congressional delegation within the House of Representatives decided to participate in both programs. And so all 4 members of the Utah delegation in the House of Representatives decided to submit earmark requests both through the appropriations process as well as the transportation and infrastructure process. Unfortunately, at this point in time, the 2 senators, Senator Romney and Senator Lee, decided to forego submitting appropriations requests. Of course, in the Senate, they are not. There is not yet clarity on the transportation and infrastructure front, but hopefully there is potential to do that. So just wanted to give you that context. A number of Republicans ultimately decided to forego submitting requests. However, we were heartened by the fact that you had several champions over in the House of Representatives who agreed to carry your requests to committee. So just to give you some data on the appropriations front, and this again is all various policy areas. House members submitted more than 3,000 requests overall to the House Appropriations Committee for requests that range from $2,200 to $136 million. The median request was just under $1 million across all eligible accounts in the House of Representatives. And so the city did submit a number of requests to its House members. Over with the member designated project process, again, this is the transportation process, members submitted 2,383 requests. Of that, the committee accepted 1,473 requests. The total amount of earmarks designated was $5.66 billion with an average of $3.84 million per project. Although there was no funding cap that was specified, generally awards range from $120,000 to a high of $25 million, but that was really the exception to the norm. Most earmarks appear to be in the range of $500,000 to $5 million each. And so I want to quickly run you through what the city had submitted to its members. I will note we did have success with one of your projects that I'll get into in a second. But we had basically, because this is our first time, engaging in the process, we decided where it was appropriate to submit infrastructure projects for both processes. And then, of course, we had some requests related to law enforcement as well as infrastructure that were only submitted for community project funding. And so we were heartened that after we submitted a number of projects, included the 1300 East Richmond Street reconstruction project, the 900 South Street reconstruction and 9-line trail, and the 200 South Transit Corridor phase. Those were submitted to Congressman Owens and Congressman Stewart because those projects are in their district. Fortunately, Congressman Owens decided to carry the city's request for $2.16 million for 1300 East Richmond Street. And that project actually made it into the final bill, the Surface Transportation Bill, which is known as the Invest in America Act, that has now been passed by the House of Representatives. And so just congratulations on a successful first step there. What we need to do now is ensure that as we look forward to the fall, when the surface transportation authorization expires at the end of September, that any legislation that's forthcoming out of the Senate that may need to go to conference between the House and the Senate, that we're working to preserve that $2.16 million worth of funding that's been included by Congressman Owens in that legislation. I also want to note that Congressman Stewart did advocate for the 200 South Transit Corridor Phase 2 project at a requested level of $7.3 million on behalf of the city. Unfortunately, the committee did not select that project to be included in the final bill. We think it was likely a little bit high compared to some of the other transit requests. We also understand there's competition there from your partners at Utah Transit Authority, but we'll want to make sure that going into next year, that this project stays elevated on the agenda. Congressman Stewart was a fan of it. And so I think, as we're looking at sort of the totality of the earmarks, it appears that most local governments only got their top requests and with regard to sort of the public engagement that needed to occur, the letters of support, and also the project readiness with regard to environmental review, it appeared that 1300 East and Richmond Street was the most well aligned with the current goals, objectives, and timelines for this solicitation. So we're really excited about that. Be sure to thank Congressman Owens if you happen to see him for his efforts to ensure that that got put into the Invest in America Act. With that, looking forward, we're hopeful that lawmakers who are involved in this process have created enough guardrails that are put in place to mitigate against risk and to ensure that this process is an effective use of federal taxpayer dollars. So if ultimately these bills are reconciled and we have a fiscal year 2022 budget or a surface transportation bill that includes these earmarks, it seems as though most lawmakers are hopeful that the process will be around again come next year, with the time frame likely in the earlier spring to summer rather than later in the year when we were pushed to this year. So that's just my earmarks update. As you look at your capital improvement project list, I think it's worth all of us as staff taking a look to see which projects that are currently unfunded could serve as earmark opportunities for the future. And so I would encourage each of you, if you have an unfunded project within your district, to try to take advantage of this opportunity in the future. I think the requirements for the earmarking process are going to be so strict that we'll need to take into account project readiness and cost share and all that. But there's a lot of opportunity moving forward to help advance some of those unfunded projects. So look forward to supporting you all in those endeavors. With that, does anyone have any questions about earmarks?
Council members, any questions? I don't. Oh, yep.
Yes, ma'am. Real quick, when's the best time to reach out regarding suggesting CIP projects for earmarks?
I think absolutely any time. I think it's never too early to have the conversation now that we're sort of aware of the programmatic requirements. We presume that there may be slight reforms and improvements to the process going forward, considering how haphazard of an exercise this was. Some of you may know or understand that, since the last time they did earmarks, we've had nearly full turnover with members of Congress, and a lot of the congressional staff were involved. So this process came together really quick, and it was a little bit chaotic. But your congressional delegation, and I have to say their staff have been very supportive throughout this process. And so I think we have enough clarity to start looking at the CIP list and maybe picking out some choice projects that seem well aligned with sort of the award sizes and the timing of all this going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. And that's great news to hear about that 2.1 million. So thanks for all of your efforts as well on those requests and helping us do those.
Absolutely. And just finally, to round things up and try to stay on time here, all of this relates to the broader discussion focused on infrastructure. And so we've had some forward momentum here in recent weeks, and I just want to quickly run through sort of where we're at with regard to that perhaps mammoth piece of legislation that I hope is forthcoming, and just to sort of manage the city's expectations about what additional investments may be forthcoming for your infrastructure needs. So just to let you all know, the House Democrats in recent weeks decided to package up what would normally be the typical 5-year surface transportation reauthorization that governs sort of the policy programs and funding levels of our nation's surface transportation portfolio. So airports, transit, highways, roads, bridges, safety, innovation, and electric vehicles. They have decided to move forward with the Invest in America Act, which again is the piece of legislation where your member designated project earmark request now lives and exists. They have packaged that together with their water infrastructure measure that also would have needed to be done in the fall here to serve as sort of the $750 billion cornerstone of what may become the $1.2 trillion larger bipartisan infrastructure framework. And so just to run you through the transportation reauthorization that has been passed out of the House would provide nearly $550 billion for roads, bridges, and transit and rail over 5 years from fiscal year 2022 through 2026. So the reauthorization needs to get done before October 1st, or Congress will need to pass a short-term extension of the current law, which is known as the FAST Act. This did not enjoy bipartisan support coming out of the House. Instead, House Republicans criticized their Democratic colleagues for not attempting to advance the bill with greater bipartisan support. And they were quick to note that over in the Senate side, the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee was able to introduce and pass its alternative measure, the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Act, which is a 5-year measure focused on only highways, out of committee with bipartisan support. And so that's sort of the tension that's going on there. The Senate has yet to complete its work on other necessary titles focused on transit or on rail that need to accompany that highway measure. And so, again, the Senate is a little bit further behind in their process, but that may be made up for the G20 negotiations that are going on. And so you may have heard recently that the White House and President Joe Biden have tentatively announced an agreement on a $1.2 trillion framework working with the G20 group of bipartisan senators. There's 10 Republicans, 10 Democrats who are involved, including Senator Romney, who's been very influential in these discussions. But I just want to, in terms of managing expectations, because I think a lot of folks are hearing that $1.2 trillion number, it's $973 billion worth of total spending over 5 years, or $1.2 trillion worth of spending over 8 years. That top line figure only includes $579 billion worth of new additional spending beyond that baseline that I was alluding to for the transportation and water infrastructure that Congress is working on anyways. And so understand that, a major cornerstone of this legislation is going to be going toward existing programs and funding streams that are carried out through your partners, whether it's at the State Department of Transportation, through UTA, or through your partners at the Wasatch Front Regional Council. They will likely see some increases in their annual funding, but that's a major cornerstone of that larger $1.2 trillion figure. Focusing on the $579 billion worth of new and additional funding, that would be divided as follows. So $312 billion going to the transportation portfolio, including $109 billion for roads, bridges, and other major projects, $49 billion for public transit, $66 billion for passenger and freight rail, $11 billion for safety initiatives, $16 billion for ports and waterways, $25 billion for airports. And then some exciting new opportunities we might see forthcoming would be $7.5 billion for electric vehicle charging infrastructure. We would see an additional $7.5 billion put out there for electric buses and transit vehicles. And then they're calling for an additional $1 billion for a new Reconnecting Communities program that would be geared toward helping localities to reduce barriers in the physical built environment. So, as many underserved communities have been a victim of urban planning decisions of yesteryear, thinking through how you may better connect communities, either through tearing down old, outdated infrastructure, or by improving, whether it's transit access or increasing frequency of service to those who are currently underserved. The other component of the $579 billion of new spending is what we determine to be all other infrastructure. So there's $266 billion that would be available for other infrastructure needs, including $55 billion for water infrastructure, $65 billion for broadband infrastructure, power infrastructure, including grid authorities, would receive $73 billion. Resiliency projects, again, an exciting opportunity, I think, would receive $47 billion. And finally, I know I've been having conversations with the city around landfill remediation, there's $21 billion that's being proposed for environmental remediation. It remains to be seen if that funding will be distributed through existing channels such as the Brownfields program that's administered by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. But I think that might be of interest to the city moving forward. And so importantly, no one has come up with the exact proposed financing source for this new investment. There's a number of different items that are on the table, but discussions have been ongoing. What I would like to say is, as you know, October 1st is the deadline for the transportation reauthorization. It's also our deadline for the federal fiscal year. And so the hope is perhaps, at least on the part of congressional Democrats, to be able to utilize the budget reconciliation process one more time this year to advance not only the spending bills, but perhaps the surface transportation reauthorization along with this larger infrastructure framework if they're able to get everything done in time. So we have a couple weeks left here in the summer. Congress, as you may know, adjourns for an August recess. They will not be back in Washington, D.C. to have both chambers in session until mid-September. And that really gives them just 2 weeks in September to iron out all of the details on these various moving parts before October 1st. President Biden has called on lawmakers to meet that October 1st deadline. But from our discussions with House Budget Committee Chairman John Yarmuth, who would be tasked with overseeing the reconciliation process like he did with ARPA, he's a little bit doubtful about that milestone. In the end, we might see a short-term extension of both the transportation law as well as the budget if we pursue a short-term continuing resolution that may bring us to the end of the calendar year. And so we may not have a resolution on the infrastructure package, on fiscal year 2022 spending bills, or on your earmark requests until the end of the calendar year. But with that, I would like to be able to take any questions you all have on that the larger political circumstances. As you know, it's going to be tight, both in the House, where Democrats only have a 9-seat gap over House Republicans who currently hold 211 seats. The Democrats have 220 seats. And then over in the Senate, it's evenly split. So 50-50 Senate with Vice President Kamala Harris there to serve as the tiebreaker if they're able to keep a Democratic caucus unified. I will say I am not a betting person, and my crystal ball is currently very hazy. Any single sitting United States senator can hold up the process. So with that being said, I do think there was a good faith effort on the part of the G20 to reach a bipartisan compromise and to get something done here before the end of the calendar year. And we will be hard at work to ensure that we're advocating on behalf of Salt Lake City as negotiations move forward. So with that, glad to take any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Jen. It's always so much information and valuable information and impressive. So thank you so much for joining us. Again, I wish you were here with us in person, but hopefully we will see you in November. And council members, are there any questions for Jen at this time? I just wanted to let you know that their notes have been taken, and if you do have questions or want to reach out, we can make that happen. And Jen is always available. I'm pretty sure I texted her one night, not remembering that she was 2 hours ahead and probably at like midnight here. So, and she still answered. So thank you, Jen. Thank you for joining us and for all of that information. And hopefully we'll see you soon.
Thank you all for your time today.
Okay, council members, we are running a little bit behind. We are going to take a break right now. We were scheduled to take a 20-minute break. We're going to take a 10-minute break. And then we're going to not address agenda item number 8. It will treat it more like a written briefing. It is still incredibly important and it needs to move forward. So we will be voting on it next week. So if you do have questions as you read the written briefing, please feel free to obviously reach out to staff so that you're prepared to vote on that next week. But for now, 10-minute break. Council members and my favorite staff, we're gonna get started now. At least you got to hear me sing. Okay. Council members, thank you. We are on agenda item number 7, our mosquito abatement district briefing follow-up. So I believe we have Dr. Faraji with us today to give this briefing.
I am here, folks, but the law actually stipulates that our board chair must present to the council. So Dr. Neil Vickers will be doing the formal presentation.
Okay, that'd be great, but we cannot hear you hardly at all. So if we can just make sure, at least you, Dr. Faraji, we could not hear. I don't know if since Dr. Vickers is in a different room, we might be able to hear.
Yeah, I'm in a different room. Can you hear me all right?
We can. Yep, thank you.
Is that all right? Okay, good. Okay, I'm going to share my screen because I've got some slides that I want to go through. So let me just share that. Can you see that?
We can, yeah.
Okay. Can you see my, let me just go to presentation mode over here then. Okay. All right, thank you. So yeah, my name is Neil Vickers. I am the current chairperson of the Board of Trustees for the Salt Lake City Mosquito Abatement District. I'm also a professor of biology and the co-director of the School of Biological Sciences at the University of Utah. And today I'm going to tell you about why the Board of Trustees has recommended that the Mosquito Abatement District seek a tax increase. And it's my understanding that this is to inform the council and allow for comment from both you and the public. I'd like to give you a brief overview of the operations of the Salt Lake City Mosquito Abatement District and a justification for the tax increase that we've recommended as the Board of Trustees. So the Salt Lake City Mosquito Abatement District was formed in 1923, nearly 100 years ago. And today it has 10 full-time employees and 30 seasonal employees, which include some college and high school interns, as well as others. And this is just a picture of their staff. This particular slide shows the area that's serviced by the Salt Lake City Mosquito Abatement District. It's a large area that was delineated. It also delineates Salt Lake City as it was set in 1923 for the purposes of tax collection. It's approximately 111 square miles, and it's divided roughly into 2 areas. This is the northwest quadrant, which is about 30,000 acres of floodwater habitat, which is prime real estate for development. And by development, I'm not talking about buildings and other structures. I'm talking about development of mosquitoes. Mosquitoes thrive in this kind of habitat. And then the divide roughly occurs at the airport, and then you enter the urban area in the southeast quadrant there. So this area in the northwest, of course, because it does generate a lot of mosquitoes, is an area that is the focus for much of the mosquito mitigation performed by the Mosquito Abatement District. And I should say that Salt Lake City and this boundary abuts other mosquito abatement districts. So Davis County Mosquito Abatement District is to the north of us here. So there are other mosquito abatement districts around, treating their areas around their neighborhoods. So like to talk a little bit about mosquito management or integrated mosquito management. So mosquito control and management is a scientific endeavor. It's based on the knowledge of the behavior, which includes the biology, which includes the behavior and the physiology of these insects, as well as their ecology. Surveillance of mosquito populations is the backbone of everything that's done at the Salt Lake City Mosquito Abatement District. The data collected from surveillance drives decision-making on how and where to allocate resources in a safe and environmentally rational manner. So in order to monitor mosquito populations, the Salt Lake City Mosquito Abatement District deploys a number of traps, 55 of them set at locations throughout the service area. And each of these traps is sampled overnight twice a week. So the blue dots are carbon dioxide traps, and they tend to deploy those out in the wetlands area, not so much the urban area. And the red traps are traps that are designed to capture females ready to lay eggs. And these are called gravid females. That's a scientific term for them. They're ready to lay eggs. And these traps are deployed primarily within urban Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City Mosquito Abatement District will also deploy traps on an ad hoc basis in addition to these set traps, such as if they receive a call for service or a service call, somebody's bothered by mosquitoes, they might deploy a trap on an ad hoc basis as well, which they'll also service. And the data that they get from these traps on a bi-weekly basis helps to determine the control strategies that they will deploy to take care of these populations. So this next slide shows you some trapping data from the carbon dioxide trap locations, which were the blue dots in the wetlands that I showed you on the slide before. Now, if you're a biologist like me, you get very excited about data like this. But if you don't like mosquitoes too much, this is a bad news slide. So these data were collected in June of this year, 16th of June and the 21st of June. So the blue bars are the 16th of June, and the 21st of June is 5 days later are the red bars. And you can see that there are some phenomenal populations of mosquitoes that are being monitored and trapped out there over the wetlands area. So this bar here that nearly captured 20,000 mosquitoes in a single night on the 16th of June. This location captured nearly 15,000 mosquitoes in a single location on that same night. The arrows on this graph indicate that an aerial adulticide was applied in that area between this treatment night and the subsequent surveillance night. And you can see that these red bars more often than not drop significantly lower in terms of the number of mosquitoes that are captured following the treatments. And so this is the kind of data that the mosquito abatement are collecting to demonstrate that the effectiveness of their control methods. After trapping the mosquitoes, they are brought back to the lab and they are counted. They are identified to species and sampled for potential pathogens, such as those that cause human disease. So these are the same data that I just showed you on the last slide, except now we're looking at pie charts that show you the different species that have been collected in that location. So the blue here indicates the presence of one species, Aedes dorsalis. So in this location, there were a lot of Aedes dorsalis mosquitoes, and Aedes dorsalis is not a vector or a known vector. The more red circles, the circles with more red in them, indicate the presence of another species, Culex tarsalis. And this is a known vector of West Nile virus. It's a mammal biter, and it's a nuisance mosquito. So this kind of information, not just the abundance of the mosquitoes, but the actual species that are present, also shapes the decision-making processes of the personnel down at the mosquito abatement district. So if they're seeing a lot of mosquitoes that are predominantly Aedes dorsalis, which isn't a particular pest with respect to the human population, then they're not going to treat this area. If they see a large number of Culex tarsalis, which is a nuisance species and does transmit human diseases, then they are going to take a more proactive approach to contain that particular population or address that population. And so these data shape the kinds of strategies that the mosquito abatement district is engaged in terms of controlling the mosquitoes that are out there. The mosquito abatement district here in Salt Lake is a real leader in the state. It uses a lot of technologically sound approaches, and they are shared with other mosquito abatement districts within the state of Utah. This slide highlights the fact that they have developed a GIS system on an already existing platform that covers the entire state. Since mosquitoes don't know boundaries, it allows different mosquito abatement districts to share information about what's going on in their locality and coordinate control across boundaries. So with this background, I'm going to now go through and pivot to the tax increase itself and the reasons for that we've recommended this tax increase. So the first point relates to personnel growth. The second point relates to environmental accountability and research that's going on at the mosquito abatement district. Sorry. And the third relates to precision aerial control. And the fourth point relates to the actual certified tax rate and inflation and how those have fluctuated over the years and reduced the resources that are available to the mosquito abatement district. So first of all, let's talk about personnel. So this is an organizational chart for the mosquito abatement district. And there are a few positions on here that are vacant. And as you can imagine, an operation like mosquito abatement is person-centric. So it relies on people to do jobs. And there are important positions at the mosquito abatement district that are currently vacant or not filled. And the mosquito abatement district has to be responsive to changing demands as well on its personnel and what they need to be doing to address the current situations. And so two important positions here that are unfilled include the education specialist. This is somebody who would be able to inform the community and do outreach to local schools and other aspects of the community to educate them about what's going on at the mosquito abatement district and mosquitoes in general. There's a vacant laboratory director position. That is a person who would oversee research and laboratory activities at the mosquito abatement district. And provide technical support for the field operations. So this includes things like sampling mosquitoes and detecting pathogens, which are technical aspects of the work that goes on here. In addition, there's a need for additional vector control technicians, especially as we try to meet the demands imposed by changing land use out here, for example, with the prison construction and the inland port coming in close proximity to our location in this area of the city. The second aspect or reason for justification relates to environmental accountability and research. And so Salt Lake City Mosquito Abatement District has become increasingly involved in research and scientific studies to improve the safety and effectiveness of their control programs. Currently, I've got some examples here on the next few slides of the kinds of things that they're involved in. These involve things such as atmospheric modeling to optimize spraying activities, environmental monitoring to study pesticide deposition and make sure that it's effective. They include collaborations with entities and partnerships with entities such as the Audubon Society, where they're monitoring the effects on non-target midge populations. Some other projects include studies of the effectiveness of tiki torches, which I can tell you was a project that Ari ran last year, and they don't seem to be that effective in keeping mosquitoes away. There are non-target studies on insects that are, again, that are not targeted for mosquito abatement or control. There are interactions internationally with groups, for example, that are working on Africa on mosquito abatement. There are collaborations with the University of Utah to advance technologies and develop new technologies for testing insecticides, and also developing novel control and sampling methods. That's with the mechanical engineering, University of Utah Mechanical Engineering. And then there's 3D printing of traps, etc., to both save money and build things in-house that you can directly deploy in the field. There are other projects that have been undertaken by the Mosquito Abatement District. They've evaluated questionable mosquito products out there, such as the Spartan mosquito eradicator, which was found to be totally ineffective in a study that was conducted by the Mosquito Abatement District, and was, as a consequence, is not recommended for sale in the state of Utah. There are other projects, including automated traps that will count and identify mosquitoes to species level as they enter the trap. There are mosquito dispersal studies. That's something that I'm involved in with the Mosquito Abatement District, looking at how environmental conditions change the distribution of mosquitoes over time. And there are also aerial unmanned systems that are, such as drones, that are being used by the Mosquito Abatement District to enhance the precision with which they can deploy insecticides in the environment. So these are a number of the research and projects that are carried on here to make sure that that the procedures that they're using are effective and are safe for the environment and the habitat. So another important aspect of monitoring that I just want to briefly mention is the fact that we have invasive mosquitoes that are becoming more of a problem in the United States. Aedes aegypti is a notorious vector of human disease, including yellow fever, dengue fever, chikungunya, and Zika virus. All of these are transmitted by Aedes aegypti. And there are populations of this mosquito that are established in Arizona, Nevada, California, and New Mexico, so all the states that are surrounding us. So it's really important for us to be aware that this mosquito is invading or it has the potential to invade our area, especially as the climate changes. And we need to take proactive measures in surveillance and eradicate populations before they become established. An example of this happened in 2019, where Aedes aegypti was detected actually in Moab. And a group from the Salt Lake City Mosquito Abatement District traveled down to Moab to help the local mosquito abatement district down there trap out and surveil for this mosquito and control it before it became established. So that and since then we haven't detected any additional Aedes aegypti mosquitoes down there. But this is an example of what's needed is collaboration across the state. And all of these activities, of course, do cost money and personnel time in order to make sure that they are carried out effectively. The results of studies that are conducted here at the Mosquito Abatement District are published in peer-reviewed publications, and so they enter the sort of the scientific literature and are available to the scientific community and others. And they inform best practices, not just here at the Mosquito Abatement District, but also at other districts across the country, around the world, in terms of what's going on with respect to mosquito control. Again, all of these publications that come out, they do cost money. Often to get them openly available, you have to pay a fee to the journal in order to make them available broadly to the population, to the scientific community and others who are interested. The third reason that it relates to precision aerial control. And so the Salt Lake City Mosquito Abatement District partners with Davis Mosquito Abatement District in utilizing a hangar at Ogden Airport where they maintain a few planes. And these conduct aerial larvicide and adulticide missions for the Salt Lake City Mosquito Abatement District through a private aerial contractor. However, these larvicide treatments are broad application that make it difficult to achieve or accomplish a precision control. It's also very time consuming and costly to conduct surveillance before and after each application by those contracted pilots. So actually, the Mosquito Abatement District here is looking to phase out this expansive, broad application of larvicides, which occur by a plane right now, and switch to a precision control or using a helicopter that will be operated out of our own facility here in Salt Lake. So this will allow very precise and focused delivery of larvicide to specific locations. So you use less product and you only target areas that need to have control. And of course, this leads to more environmentally rational control of these mosquito pests. Okay, and then the fourth item, and to conclude, is really the certified tax rates themselves and the relationship to inflation. So the tax rate let's take 2017 as an example. The tax rate was 0.00016. The published budget was just a little over $3 million. The increase was 2.6% from the previous year, and the consumer price index rose at about 3.2%. Now, historically, we have seen, or traditionally, we saw growth of around about 3% per year in our budget, and that's due to new growth. However, over time, the actual amount that we've received in percentage increase over the previous years due to new growth has been shrinking. And this shrinkage is being caused in part by annexations that have occurred in 2019 and the Inland Port Authority, which is by statute capturing 75% of the new growth that we would otherwise receive. And so even though our budget has grown, or at least the published budget has grown, the actual tax rate has shrunk over the years from 2017 to 2021. So it was 0.00016 in 2017, and it's gradually diminished to 0.000115 for 2021. And as a result, the annual cost per $100,000 of home value has decreased from $7.20 to $5.18. And so we are proposing this tax increase to address this problem and to meet accomplish our goals here at the Mosquito Abatement District. And so here's a slide that shows you what the effect of that will be on the median or the average home value in Salt Lake City, which was a number which came from the Salt Lake City County Assessor just recently in 25th of May, 2021. So the current rate of 0.000115 would generate $22.63 per year on the average value house, which is $43,000 and some change. And that translates to $1.89 per month. The proposed rate would be 0.00020, which would be translate to $39.35 a year, or $3.28 a month, which is an increase of $1.39 a month. So the overall increase of the year over a year would be $16.72. And here is the effect of the proposed tax increase on $1 million business. It'd be $115 a year under the current rate, or $9.58 a month. Under the proposed rate, that would be $200 a year, or $16.67 a month. So a little over $7 a month extra. Price increase total of $85 per year. So that is our what we've recommended, and I'd like to entertain any questions that you might have. I should have said at the beginning, I'm also joined by Ari Faraji, who's in the conference room here, and two of my colleagues on the Board of Trustees, Van Turner and Lavone Niddle, have also joined us today. And if you ask a question that I don't have the information to answer, then I will pass it on to Ari or Lavone or Van, depending upon who's in the best position to answer whatever questions you might have. So thank you for your attention, and let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vickers. Council members, does anyone have any questions?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think for the benefit of myself and the public, it may be helpful for us to understand what the council's actual role in this tax increase is. I've heard some conflicting things, and I think I understand it now, but I'm pretty sure there's some misinformation out there. So could we, I don't know if the city attorney or if our council staff would be the right person, but could we just briefly explain that for the public?
I think that we have Katie Lewis here, and we also have Jen Bruno that can answer some of these questions. So thank you for that question. And shall I turn it over to Katie first or Jen? Katie?
First, Katie.
Okay.
Hi, City Council. I'm happy to join you today, and I'm happy to give a broad overview of the council's role in the property tax increase. And it's important to note that the statute was changed in 2019, and so that may be where some of the misinformation is coming from, because in previous years, a local district with an appointed board, like this mosquito abatement board was required to obtain permission from the city council, the entity that appointed those board members, before the property tax could be approved. The law was changed, and now a local district can collect a property tax increase if it's approved by the appointed Board of Trustees, but subject to a reporting requirement. And that's what's happening right now, is the reporting requirement and the public hearing that will go with it, that I believe the council is considering scheduling for July 20th. But once those occur, the council no longer has the approval authority that they previously did, based on the law change.
Okay. Did that answer?
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, it's kind of an awkward position that we're in, right? Because we're holding a public hearing, but we don't actually have any power to approve or deny the change. So I guess my question for the Mosquito Abatement District would be, if, for instance, in the public hearing, we get a lot of negative feedback about it, what's your plan at that point? How would you respond to that, that negative feedback? I don't know that will or will not happen, but just based as a process question, if that does happen, how would that be handled?
Ari, do you want to answer that?
Sure. Yeah, so I'm in complete agreement with the city attorney, and the process that we're going through right now is to really allow for a larger public input from additional Salt Lake City residents that may not necessarily be attending our board meetings or the public hearing that we will be holding on this during our December meeting. So I think I speak on behalf of the board and the rest of our staff in publicly stating that we would certainly consider any input that we receive from the public. And this is part of the intent of going through this process. So that way we do receive the feedback from the general public in addition to the council members as well.
Thank you, Dr. Faraji.
Okay. I think there was maybe, or perhaps it would be helpful to clarify the tax increment number. And I mean, I don't even know the right terminology, so clearly I'm not going to do that. But Jen is here to kind of clarify some of those numbers that we saw towards the end, if you don't mind, Jen.
Just a brief clarification, because there's often a confusion between tax rates and actual tax revenue. The rates are adjusted based on the total valuation of the of the taxed properties. And so rates often fluctuate and they often go down as the value of property goes up. I think that it's correct to say that new growth is often not keeping pace with inflation, and based on how truth in taxation works in Utah, that is sort of an artificial cap on how much your budget can grow. But I just want to be clear, because the public often focuses on the rate, and the rate actually has very little to do with how much they actually pay in terms of property taxes. It has more to do with what the total valuation is in the city. So just wanted to flag that, since that often comes up in city council tax rate setting discussions as well.
Thank you,
That is
Jen.
absolutely correct. And if I may, the way that the certified tax rate in the truth in taxation process really works in the state is it forces us to go through a tax increase every few years. So that way we're keeping up with inflation alone. A lot of independent taxing districts increase taxes by a smaller amount, almost on an annual basis. Our district has not done that. Instead of doing a small increment increase on an annual basis, we wait and do a much larger increase that lasts us for a number of years. The last time that we went through this process was almost about 7 years ago. So I know that that tax rate sounds extremely high, but nonetheless, we have not increased taxes over the last 7 years. So I don't know if that further clarifies things for the council and members of the public.
Great, thank you. And I see Carlton is here. Thank you. Carlton, I didn't know if there was anything that you wanted to add. I know that you've done a lot of work with the Mosquito Abatement District and when you were on the city council and beyond. And so I don't know if there's anything you would want to add at this time.
No, I would say, I would just add, it's been a pleasure really to represent the city on the board. And we're very fortunate to have the staff that we do. I think as we look at a growing urban environment around our service area, that having more capability that Dr. Vickers spoke to is going to help us be more effective in accomplishing our task. And so, as painful as it is for me to encourage a tax increase, I think in the long run, the residents will be better served by it.
Great, thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Faraji and Dr. Vickers. We appreciate you guys being here and giving us this presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, council members, as I mentioned, we are skipping agenda item number 8. Please treat it like a written briefing. If you have questions, reach out to council staff. We are on agenda item number 9, which is an ordinance regarding the prohibition of dogs at Allen Park. With us, we have Jan Aramaki from the council staff, Kristen Riker, the Deputy Director of Public Lands, Lewis Kogan, the Trail and Natural Lands Division Director, and Lorna Voigt, the Director of Public Services. So I will first turn the time over to Jan. Thank you.
Hi, hello, council members. Good to see everybody. The issue that's before you is a request from the Public Services Department there's 2 parts, to add Allen Park as part of the list of city parks into city code. And then the second part.
Yeah, she's hungry.
I'm sorry? Okay, and then the second part is to add Allen Park to the list of open space areas that's noted in city code that prohibits dogs on leash or off leash for the reasons of habitat and nature preservation and or public safety issues. They took this before the peanut board, who supports the recommendation with the exception that service dogs be allowed. So I'll leave it at that. And then it would just help the security guards at the gate to be able to enforce if the council adopts this into city code.
Great.
I don't know if council has any other questions or.
Council members, do you have questions regarding this for any of our lovely panelists?
What was that about security guards?
If it's in city code, then it allows the security guards to let any of the visitors of the park know that dogs are no longer allowed unless they're service dogs.
Maybe I could add.
Yeah, go ahead, Cindy.
Just that right now there are security guards there because it's not totally open. They do let people through, but they're going to not let dogs through. They chase the whatever those are called.
The peacocks.
Yes, thank you.
Just a quick question, Madam Chair. I thought that that Parks now has the authority to decide which parks are for dogs and which ones aren't. Is that? I thought that we had changed that procedure.
I think I remember something along those lines. Cindy or?
Sure, I can jump in for you. Yes, the city did. I don't really believe this is more considered not like saying this is an off-leash or not on-leash dog or a dog park at all. We actually have 6 other sections of open space noted in city code to protect the habitat or artifacts or anything that's inside the park. There's 6 other parks listed, and the administration is asking to have this park included. Does that help you a little bit?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Council members, any other questions on this? It doesn't look like it, so thank you all so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
That brings us to item number 10, which is a resolution with the intention to designate Central Business Improvement Area 2022. I believe we have Russell Weeks with us, Ben Colander, the Director of Economic Development, Lorna Rifo Jensen, the Deputy Director of Economic Development, and William Wright, the Project Coordinator. So I will turn the time over to Russell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you'll indulge me for a minute, one of the issues here involving the resolution is a question of, what came first? Did the city come first, or did an organization that wanted to tax itself come first? And the answer is the second one. The Downtown Alliance formed itself in the late 1980s when Salt Lake City was a whole lot less successful at being an urban, interesting, and successful city. And it was businessmen who originally sought to promote the downtown to make it a better place. And 2 of them, John Schuman and John Gates, actually went to the legislature and got the legislature to rewrite the assessment area code to allow downtowns to tax themselves if they wanted to. And that is sort of the genesis of this latest resolution. And whether it's coincidence or whatever, the success of the downtown and the activities of the Downtown Alliance to date have somewhat coincided.
Thank you, Russell. Council members?
Councilmember Fowler,
Yes, please go ahead,
Oh.
Ben.
I'd love to fill in some additional details about the assessment area and what's before the council as well. As Russell mentioned in his introduction, this is a longstanding process that the city's gone through, and it is an assessment specifically on the property owners. And the purpose, and council members may hear this assessment through different names, whether it's an SAA, a CBIA, a CBID, a BID, a business improvement district. It essentially goes back to economic promotion and an additional tax placed on property owners by property owners for this purpose. The city runs this every 3 years, and this is dictated by statute. And so we are renewing this. The last time we renewed it was about 3 years ago in 2018, ending in the 2019 CBIA, which we are currently under. So this process will conclude in April of 2022. And the intent, the end goal really is another contract in place for economic promotion for the downtown area, which is currently being managed by the Downtown Alliance, though the department would put this back out for RFP as we do every 6 years, so every off 3-year process. So there are a series of processes that the council will go through as well, that the department has included in the council packet for the timeline. And so this is just the first step in that process, and it's a notification and public hearing for the designation of the resolution. It is a little bit of a long process. You'll see several milestones throughout this. This takes about 9 months in total to complete this process. And just one last thing to include is that this process is meant to be at no cost to the city, meaning we receive an administrative fee for running this process and performing this assessment. Other than that, we're here to answer any questions as well that the council may have, but I thought I'd include a couple of additional bits of information to Russell's wonderful introduction. So thank you, Council Chair.
Thank you, Ben. Council members, do you have any questions? Anna?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So Ben, so this, the boundary that exists right now, when was the last time it was revised? Like when, was it at some point smaller and then it grew, or it's always been this area? Do you know?
That's a great question. And according to my records and what I've seen, the last time the special assessment area was expanded was in 2016. And that was at the request of the council to expand to properties west of what was then the Central Business District Improvement Area, all the way to the freeway. And there were a couple of spots along North Temple that were added as well at the request of council. The administration typically does not request expansion on the behalf of the administration unless it's requested by the property owners, which in this case it was not. We did have an initial conversation with some property owners in the granary about potentially expanding south, though our understanding is that that support may not exist currently by the property owners for that expansion.
So the desire does not exist right now from granary?
Right.
Okay.
That's
property owners. Okay. So then my next question is on the light, on the Christmas lights. Who decided what streets get holiday lights and which streets don't? And is that something that we can request? For some streets that are really lively as of today, you know, downtown has changed, and I think they would benefit, or maybe they are interested in having some holiday lights.
That's a very interesting bit of history that I'm curious of, but I actually do not know how, you know, the lines were drawn, though I'll say the metric itself and how we use Christmas lights is we call it a +1 metric, was as a result of a modification in the legislation to look at more than just property tax as an assessment means. So we've included the holiday lights as a +1 metric. I'll say, in terms of the linear footage and who is charged and where, we're, as you know, pretty close partners with the Downtown Alliance. And even if this is not in the assessment area as is, it's always open for discussion, and we'd be happy to connect with any interested property owners about expansion of the lighting. And we can definitely check in about any modifications to the map if is anyone interested, though I would have to say we're dealing with a rather complex timeline with a fair amount of critical milestones that we have to be careful in the process that if we tweak too much, we may push past the April 22nd deadline, which may result in a lack of time for the Downtown Alliance to be funded, or whoever the next contractor might be.
Okay, I think, and I understand that, but I think we ought to talk to some of the other property owners here in downtown, especially the ones that have been contributing on North Temple, for example, from 6 West to the freeway, because they, you know, as far as I know, like many years ago when I was in a different position, I inquired about banners on North Temple as a way to to improve North Temple. At the time, that director mentioned that they were really focused on the core of the CBD, and they didn't think that would make an impact, and then that they did a lot of advocacy at the legislature, and so maybe that part of downtown wasn't, you know, really going to benefit from the work that they do. But I think if everybody's contributing and since 2016 at the very least, I mean, it's been 5 years, I think they ought to see some benefits. Maybe that is the holiday lights. Maybe they do would like to participate and pay for that. And also, you know, 200 South has changed as well with those bars and a bunch of restaurants between Second East and State Street. So I think we should ask Ben. Like, I think we need to ask the Downtown Alliance to reach out to other participants, the ones that are paying for the economic promotion, and also ask if some of them would like to see lights or banners expanded onto their street. That's my wish.
Well, I'd be happy to follow up with the council, regroup with the team, see what the impacts to the timeline might be, and what best route we might pursue in terms of whether that would be best done administratively in conversations directly with the Downtown Alliance and contribution through their existing partners, or if the route can be to include it in the assessment area. We'd be happy to follow up on that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question. Is the Central Business District the only business district in the city that has the special assessment for these purposes? Or is there, for instance, one in Sugar House? It's the only one. So if other business districts that start to develop and start to grow would like enhanced services, Ben, are you the correct department for them to communicate with to get that started, or how does that work?
Yes, council member, we are the appropriate organization to engage with. Typically what we ask for is a letter of interest from the community organization that is interested in us exploring this, so that it's not, from our perspective, we're not imposing an additional tax, but rather serving as a coordinating entity with those property owners to have a coordinated approach for economic promotion. We have recently received interest from the Sugar House area, and that's something that we're discussing right now with council staff about the best way to approach that interest that's been expressed to us.
Great. I know that
because it does require budget upfront to assess the area in terms of what's the property value, what's the budget being requested, and what are the boundaries that we should be considering. So,
thanks, Ben. I know that there's a few additional things in, for instance, 9th and 9th, like additional street trash cans, but that there's not funding to collect those or something like that. I don't understand exactly, but I think that would be something worth engaging with that business district just to see their interest level and make sure that they're understanding of the process.
The only shortcoming that we've seen in looking at some of the smaller assessment areas is that given the administrative fees associated with the assessment area, sometimes there's a cost benefit to consider in terms of how much does it cost to stand this up, and then how much revenue is received based off of the assessment. So it's definitely something that we can look into, but with some of the, obviously Sugar House is rather large and has has density as well as a downtown. But when we start to look at smaller areas, that becomes a concern that we receive from some of the property owners.
I can appreciate that. Maybe there's an intermediate step for smaller business areas that can have some additional services, but not have this full-blown program.
Right. Lisa is, sorry, that I'm not the council chair. Maybe I shouldn't
You
call
can
him
take
today.
over. Believe me, that's fine, Ben. No,
Ben, council chair, thank you very much. I just wanted to hop in here real quick and remind everyone that this special assessment area does not actually pay for enhanced services. This is an economic, development driver. It doesn't pay for the things that have been referenced by Councilmember Mono, for example, trash collection or any of the street services like snow removal or sidewalk clearing, that type of thing. Flowers planted on Main Street, for example, those are all paid through general fund and the facilities division in public services. So those are not, I think it's important for us when we're talking about these areas to really designate and be very clear about what that assessment pays for and what it doesn't.
Thanks.
If I may just add a little bit, there are some locations in the country where the downtown business district does pay for the enhanced level of service. Salt Lake City, for a very long time, has provided those services at taxpayer expense for the downtown and Sugar House. But that puts us in a funny position when other areas ask for it. For that same level of service. And so at different times, the administration, I know Lisa has been part of this before, looked for ways that we could find cost-effective and not outrageously expensive ways to help those districts as a special assessment area or something like that. But the downtown area and the Sugar House area have been considered the core areas and have had that bit of different treatment.
Yeah, thanks, Cindy. I agree with everything you've said. Thank you.
Councilmember, are there any other questions regarding this? Okay, thanks everyone for being here. Appreciate it. We are moving on to item number 11, which is our budget amendment number 1 for fiscal year 2021-2022. And we will have Jennifer Bruno, Ben Ledke, and John Vike is here as well. So, and Jen and John are doing Rochambeau in the back to see who has to come to the table.
I don't know if I won or lost.
We're not that mean, John. Not all the time. Welcome. I will turn it over to you two gentlemen.
John has an update for the council. I'll just say this is the first briefing for budget amendment number 1. This might be the earliest budget amendment in a fiscal year that we've had. And the council is scheduled to have a public hearing on this briefing next Tuesday.
And I'm looking at the screen. Is mine on?
Yeah.
You're on.
I am on. So I'm looking at the screen because I wonder if Lisa Schaefer really wants to speak to that. There she is.
Hi, John. Hi, Ben. Hi, council. I'd be happy to, but I think John and Ben have prepared the narrative, and I'm happy to jump in if there are any questions.
Okay, so I'll just start. Budget amendment number 1 proposes some changes to funding that the council approved with the adopted budget. With the adopted budget, there were some salary enhancements that were provided to the police department that, as we have reviewed the ARPA funding, are now eligible expenses under those new guidelines or those enhanced guidelines. So what the proposal is from the budget amendment number 1 is to take that enhanced salary for the police officers and to shift that funding to the ARPA grant. So that will take money that was currently expected to be expended from the general fund and move it to the ARPA funds or in the grant fund, reducing the costs in the current fiscal year for the general fund. With that in effect, and in addition to that, because the ARPA funding allowed for police officer enhancements, the administration would propose to increase the salaries for police sergeants, lieutenants, and captains commensurate with the top-level police officers, and fund that as well through the ARPA funding. So providing for them an increase in salary equal to that of the top-level police officers. All of that being eligible for ARPA funding left the general fund with a decrease in expenditures, and the administration is then proposing to increase salaries for all non-represented employees who had been scheduled to receive a 2% increase, to increase that to a 4.5% increase. So that's, in a nutshell, what we are proposing in budget amendment number 1.
Great, thank you, John. Ben, did you have anything to add to that?
Just to underline that the total increase would be 4.5%. It's not adding the 2 plus the 4.5% total.
Okay, thank you. And I think I saw in the staff report that would be like close to $2 million. Is that right?
I think it's a little less than that, yeah.
Okay. It's somewhere between $1 and $2 million.
Correct.
Okay, council members, do you have questions on this? Yeah.
So the pay raise for the police and the going to ARPA and the other pay raise basically level out each other, just kind of a net wash, except for?
It's actually a savings in total to the general fund. So
Savings
it's
in
less to be able to provide the 4.5% increase to all employees, all the non-represented employees, was less than the amount that will be transferred to the ARPA funding.
Well, I have a couple of questions, and this may probably be best for you, Lisa. I don't know. You know, we sort of, during the budget cycle, during the budget season itself, we sort of were in that midst of what can ARPA fund, what can it not fund, and kind of pecked away at a couple of programs that we knew we wanted and needed to fund. And now we have this coming to us of, okay, there's now a new eligibility so we can move everything over to the ARPA. And it sort of feels that we are, I'm stuck in a computer cord. It sort of feels that we are just picking away at the funding instead of having an overarching goal and mission for that funding. And I'm not saying that that's not necessarily what we need to do right now. Maybe this is how it's best used for this first tranche of money. But I mean, how much has already been spent?
So the annual budget had just under $17 million in ARPA funding. That does include $1.5 million into a holding account pending a discussion of the council, and that's before the change that John just discussed.
So that seems like a lot of money to be spent, and again, on things that need to be spent. But maybe it would be helpful if we had that discussion for the next tranche of what's the goal of this money? What are the best practices for using it? One of the things that I think we all talked about during the pandemic itself, and as we kind of were seeing some amount of light at the end of the tunnel, was it felt very much with the CARES Act money, because we had to get it out so quickly. And this is the analogy I use, and some of you may remember this, is like we just sort of throw the life draft, the little like life circle thing out to people and say, we hope you don't drown. And I think we have an opportunity to actually build the lifeboat with some of this. So then we say, wait, we're prepared for this. And we want, if anything like this were to happen again, we've already sort of started to think ahead and look ahead. Clearly, nobody could have thought, right, of a pandemic, and we couldn't have prepared ahead for that. But now we know. And so it seems like we need to have a conversation of really what are our goals and missions for the rest of this money, and are we reaching that in the way that we're funding right now, or are there better ways to do such a thing? So that wasn't a question. That was a long rant about what I'd like to do in the future about the ARPA money.
I was going to ask if you wanted me to answer, but I will comment. Council Chair, I appreciate your comment very much. And I will say that we very much are in agreement with what you're saying here. We are in the process currently of rounding up all of the expenditures to this point, lining that up with what we expect to receive. And you should expect a conversation with the administration about the plan moving forward. I think you're right. I think we have all kind of been back on our heels a little bit, and doing the best that we can to provide the relief where it's most needed. We do have an opportunity at this juncture to pull back and be a little more thoughtful about how we use these funds. So you and the council should expect a conversation with the administration about that plan and our collective goals for how to best use that funding.
And I certainly don't want my comments to make it seem that I don't appreciate the process that the administration has gone through. It's sort of everywhere needs all of the money, right? Every department. And so I recognize sometimes some of these things are putting Band-Aids on it. And then I appreciate, and I have spoken with you and the mayor, and I know we're all on the same page. I just think maybe there's a larger discussion where instead of the Band-Aid, we actually fix or hope to fix the problem and be able to make it better for the future, right? So I appreciate that, Lisa, a lot, and hopefully we can have that conversation coming up soon.
Thank you, Council Chair. And I would also like to say, just in relation to what John has already outlined and been clarified, the union negotiated wages always do create compression and inequity with our non-represented employees. And this opportunity that we have to try and close that gap a little bit is extremely important. We can't leave behind half of our employees every time we do these kind of union negotiations. So I wanted to let you and the council know that I'm putting together a committee to help form a strategy so that it's a little bit more sustainable every time we do these negotiations. We don't have to go through some kind of a drill to try to accommodate what we always know is coming down the track. So I appreciate your support. I appreciate the council's questions and involvement in this process, and appreciate any questions you have going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council members, the administration, if you look at your staff report, the administration has asked for straw polls. And I mean, obviously it's up to you if you want to do a straw poll. I will entertain one. Cindy, anything?
Just, the administration recognizes, and Lisa may want to say this better than I, but that puts you in a bit of a bad spot based on the timing and everything. They know that it is going to be the subject of your public hearing on the 20th and that your vote won't take place until then. But they're in a circumstance where it would be helpful if they had some sense of where you're heading. Is that what you told me, Lisa?
That's totally fair. Thank you, Cindy. I meant to mention something about the straw polls, so thank you for the reminder. Yeah, we totally acknowledge and recognize the spot that this puts the council in, recognizing that the public needs to weigh in on these important fiscal decisions. And so we do appreciate having some sense of where we're going with this, because it does have huge financial impacts to the general fund, obviously, and to the expenditure of those ARPA funds. So the sooner we can know the direction that we're headed here, the better off we all are. But we also want to completely acknowledge, and we do appreciate the position that puts the council in, and don't want to undermine that in any way. Thank you, Cindy, for bringing that up.
Thank you, Lisa. I mean, for me, we could do something out of the box, because why not? And that's just sort of, maybe if anybody has a strong opinion one way or the other, can mention it. That might give you guys, the administration, a little bit of an idea without feeling that we've like straw polled this and somehow we've made decisions without listening to the public. So personally, I would be supportive of both of these proposals from the administration, unless there is something that comes out that may make me change my mind. Holy moly, I need more coffee. So, I do want to wait until we have some more public input and allow the public to weigh in. But as of right now, I am supportive of the recommendations.
Isn't that a straw poll?
Nope, that's my opinion, Darren.
Well, if it were, I would agree with you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have a very similar opinion.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair, I'd like to propose a straw poll.
Okay.
That we, understanding that we need to have input from residents, but that we would tentatively support this unless some major unforeseeable issue is brought about through the public comment period, but straw poll it so that the administration can make preparations to move forward.
Okay, everybody heard the straw poll? Show your feelings. There you go. That was unanimous. Besides James, because he is not here right now at the time. He's excused. So everybody was a thumbs up except James. Great.
Thank you, Council Chair, and thank you, Council. We really appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we are on to board appointments, it looks like, and they are not scheduled until 6:10 and 6:15. I don't know if we have our participants logged in yet, and if we do not, then we can take a 20-minute break. So let's stick around just a second to see if we know if our participants are logged in. Okay, for the public and everybody watching and for our council members, we will go ahead and take a break. Let's be back here at 6:05 just so we're ready to do those board appointments. Thanks, everyone. we are maybe still waiting for a couple of our 2 nominees, but in the meantime, we have some council announcements, and so I will turn the time over to Jen Bruno.
Thank you. So the, the first announcement is about ranked choice voting. The Recorder's Office noted that there are some specific reports that have changed based on the council's move to ranked choice voting without a primary. They've provided an option for the council to switch to, or to adopt. It would be an ordinance amendment, but what we needed is just some direction from the council. Did you want to formally request that the Attorney's Office draft that ordinance amendment requiring a financial disclosure report before the ranked choice voting election? The date can be determined at a later date. They're suggesting September 9th. Other council members have suggested other dates. But just in general, we needed some direction for the Attorney's Office to draft that.
And council members, I did speak with the Attorney's Office just about the ordinance as far as some other clarifications, and I think that they were kind of getting back to us, would get back to us about some clarifications with the ordinance. And so I'm in favor of making sure we change the ordinance so it reflects what our intentions are, which if we're going to move all the way over to RCV forever, then maybe we should change the ordinance, or at least. So what happens, Jen, if we decide after this that we're going to change it back? We just change the ordinance back?
I would ask, Cindy Lou can address that.
Madam Chair, I think also this, like the state could undo it too, because it's just a pilot program. So I would be hesitant to do anything that's permanent, since we know that, they could do away with this model or whatever, pilot. And, but I still think we want to have something for when we do use it that requires disclosures.
Yeah. So Cindy Lou, do you have suggestions at all?
So we would be building within the ordinance, or propose to build within the ordinance, the caveat that it's only enforceable. This specific report would only be enforceable when ranked choice voting is selected as the method.
Oh.
So that way it would just basically be mute if you go back to standard.
Okay.
Cool.
I like that idea. So I would ask that we get that ordinance probably sooner rather than later, considering it's the middle of July. And I'm sure that the city attorney's office is working on it, but.
One of the things that I noticed in the announcements written down was that it was the possible consideration in August. Due to technology, we would have to start the reporting period before it begins, which it would begin at the end of July. Unfortunately, we didn't convey that to you prior to your announcements time.
So ideally, what would be the best time to have a reporting period due that gives you and all of us sufficient time to adopt it so that we don't run into that problem? Like, would we need to adopt in September and then have a due date in October? Like a reporting requirement due date in October? Does that make sense?
So Lauren's on the phone, and so
Okay.
I'm just going to ask if Amanda or Taylor could let Lauren be unmuted. She's called in, and she can speak to the deadlines. I'll answer really briefly in the sense that it's technology related, that if we let the end of July pass, the reporting software will immediately put us into a primary report, which is, we don't have that. A post-primary report, because we didn't do a primary.
Oh, this is so very confusing.
So Cindy Lou, if I could just get down to brass tacks.
Thanks.
Are you asking the council if they're okay acting as if the ordinance is in effect now?
It would be great if we could have a straw poll of support even by next week, or provide a draft copy for you to consider.
If the attorney's office could have a draft ready for packets this week, that would be our only option, really, because, and then we would have to figure out the agenda. We'd probably have to shuffle some things, but given
I recognize
limitations, I think it's probably the only path.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about the timing,
Okay.
but we can get something to you by packet day.
Awesome. Thank you.
Katie's
Oh,
giving
there's
us a thumbs up.
Great, thank you, Katie.
Great. Thank you, Cindy Lou.
Okay, so the next announcement is the council's school board leadership meeting is on July 27th. If any council members have items that they want to list on the agenda, if you could let council staff know, and we can add those. And then the last item relates to a grant, the 2020 Emergency Management Performance Grant. It's actually on the consent agenda for the council tonight. Because it will be expiring soon, the administration has requested a straw poll to support this grant moving forward. Usually, grants would not actually receive formal council approval until they're included in a budget amendment, which is typically later in the process, but this would allow that grant to be expended without waiting for that.
Great. I would look for a straw poll on this.
Sorry, minor correction. It would allow the grant to move forward, so not necessarily funds be expended. Sorry.
Madam Chair, I would propose a straw poll to allow the grant to move forward.
Great. Show your feelings. That's a thumbs up from everyone but James, because James is not here.
Great.
I almost did a roll call. I'm so used to it.
I think the only other information is just on hybrid meetings, and I think we've talked about that enough. So. Compensation.
On the RCV ordinance, I think that we will be doing that next week when we have an ordinance in front of us. The city attorney's office will have a proposed ordinance for us to straw poll next week.
And then we'll actually likely list it on your formal meeting for agenda that same night to take action on that same night.
That's
which is a little unusual, but I think given the circumstances, probably the only option.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
It looks like both board appointments are here.
Excelente.
Hold on, I think.
Hello. Oh, you're muted, and I'm not sure.
Hey.
Hi.
So sorry. This is like the most embarrassing thing. My hair is probably the best indication of how my afternoon is going. So I apologize for
No apologies necessary. So, Patrick, welcome to.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm so stoked to be here.
We are happy to have you here, and you are interested in the Bicycle Advisory Committee. So why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and why this particular committee interests you?
Oh, cool. Yeah. So I am a local cyclist and endurance coach. I own a company called Peak State Fit. We're located in Sugar House. My wife and I live in Liberty Wells, and we're pretty heavily involved in the community already as a resource for athletes, resource for people looking to move better and live healthier lives. And my interest in the committee is really driven from my passion for cycling and how much I thrive on being a cyclist in Salt Lake, and I've lived here for almost 7 years. And I come from a few places in the country that cycling is not as well supported, and the infrastructure is not as great as it is in Salt Lake. And so I think I've seen the good, bad, and the ugly from that perspective, and I think I've grown to appreciate it so much more that I've lived in a place that really endorses cycling as a viable means of transportation, and I've benefited greatly from it. So I think, there's a lot to be said too about just how impactful the climate can be, but also how challenging it can be. And, being interested in local politics in some capacity, it's sort of a daunting thing to really start to get into. And especially from I have a science background and have always kind of worked in that field, and now being a science background in bikes, I I've never really bridged that gap. And a friend of mine, Tom Millar, is really heavily involved. Obviously, everyone in the room probably knows Tom. And he's been such a positive influence on me and just wanting to get involved. And he actually pointed me in this direction. And I'm very grateful he did. So that was sort of my impetus into like exploring this and going down this pathway.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Council members, any questions or comments?
Just anyone Tom Millar thinks is great for this board, I would support. So I'm excited
Yeah.
to have you join, and good to have District 5 representation on that board as well.
Cool.
And
Thank you.
I just want to say thanks for having your small business in Sugar House. We appreciate it. So you will be on our consent agenda for this evening during our formal meeting. You do not have to log in, but we are looking forward to having you on this committee, and thank you so much for being with us today.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it so much. And yeah, I'm honored to be here and to have the opportunity to serve. So thanks for the opportunity. And I will definitely look forward to telling Tom. So thanks.
Thank you. And next we have Samantha Jantz. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly.
Yeah, you did great. Yeah. Hey, yes, I go by Sam.
Oh, well, welcome, Sam. Thank you for being here with us today. Why don't you just tell us a little bit about yourself and why you are interested in this committee?
Yeah, sure. So I have been in Utah for about 5 years. I've been in Salt Lake for about 2 now. And I am just trying to get more involved in the community. I love to ride my bike. However, I'm not a super avid, intense cyclist. I asked Laura if it was okay if I didn't show up to the meeting in chamois, and she said it was still okay. However, I do love to use my bike. I love biking through the city. And like Patrick said, I've lived in a number of other areas where I've seen really good infrastructure and not so great infrastructure. And yeah, I would love to be a part of the committee to look at that and to make improvements. And I have a background in public health. And so I think that biking and the love of cycling really plays into so many facets of my background. Yeah, so just getting more involved in the community.
That's great. Well, thank you so much for being with us today. Council members, any comments or questions for Sam? Well, again, thank you for being here. Oh, Dennis, sorry, I didn't see you.
No worries. Sam, thank you very much. And I think it's fantastic that you're interested in being involved. I think the big point of that board is to make cycling more available, more accessible to all people. So thanks a lot for jumping in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially since you're from my district.
Yeah.
I knew there was something. Okay, great. Well, Sam, thank you both for being willing to serve on this board and for being willing to serve for the city. As I mentioned to Patrick, you will be on our consent agenda later this evening during our formal meeting. You do not have to log in if you don't want to, but we look forward to having you. So thank you both so much. Okay, council members. We are report from chair and vice chair. I have nothing, and James is not here right now. Report and announcements from the executive director. We did our announcements already. We do not have a closed session. So we are adjourned until our formal meeting. Council members, we will be holding our formal meeting here in this room. It's where all of the technology is currently set up. And so this is where we'll be. Comfy. Okay, that's it.